poniéndome acá al lado. Ah, bueno. Esperen, entonces. Yo me voy a levantar igual, porque tengo que presentar. Yo les voy a llamar. Llama, falta una persona. Ah, él es.
Hi.
Ay, how are you?
Good. How are you? Glad to hear.
You live in Canada, but you.
But originally from Syria.
Syria. I miss you. It's good.
Where are you from?
Paraguay. This is.
I love it.
Paraguay. It's
Sure.
traditional.
Want a blue one?
His name is Nyanduti in Guarani language. Nyanduti. Yes. Boludo, es que no se pega. ¿Dónde la voy a poner? ¿No puedo ponerla en otro lugar?
Junior dijo que si vamos a tocarnos al podio, no tocáramos el micrófono tal cual está, así lo tenemos que utilizar. Y si te vas a quedar sentado, entonces agarras el micrófono y hablas. Ajá.
Que ahora vamos a empezar.
Yo me voy a parar, pero si tú quieres, entonces, si estás muy chiquita y sientes que te tapa el podio, entonces agarra el micrófono inalámbrico.
Ya, listo.
Creo que por lo has dejado así como estático, porque ese micrófono, si tú lo mueves un poquito, con un poquito, pero más,
Okay, listos? Hi everyone, we welcome you to sit down. Please, we're about to start. Are we all here? ¿Nos falta alguien o estamos todos?
Lo que vamos a hablar estamos todos.
Tú falta un micrófono acá, ¿no?
Yo me voy a parar una vez.
Yeah, all good. Thank you, Anastasia. You too. We're missing a microphone here. Okay. Yeah, we're ready to start. Diana? Diana, please. Bueno, buenos días. Invitamos a todas las personas que se sienten. Vamos a empezar la sesión.
Yo igual me puedo levantar. Hola, sí. Hi everyone. Good morning. Buenos días a todos. Espero que estén bien. El Diálogo de Juventudes en su segunda edición, celebrado en la Conferencia Global sobre VIH-Sida, acá en la ciudad de Múnich, en Alemania, tiene como objetivo visibilizar las desigualdades y vulneración de derechos de juventudes con VIH, de la comunidad LGTB, disidencias en América Latina, Caribe. La primera edición de este diálogo se realizó en la Ciudad de México el día 19 de julio del 2023 en el sexto encuentro de liderazgos políticos LGTB de las Américas. El evento busca, mediante plataformas como Mira que te miro y Observa Datos, comprender el contexto sociopolítico y fortalecer la respuesta al VIH-Sida en la región, contribuyendo también a las prácticas que se vienen haciendo a nivel global a partir de una perspectiva juvenil, diversa, intercultural y desde los territorios. Se reconoce que gobiernos de extrema derecha, tales son los casos de Nicaragua, El Salvador y Paraguay, así como la caída de gobiernos progresistas en países como Argentina, están dificultando enormemente el trabajo de organizaciones que promuevan los derechos humanos y así los objetivos de desarrollo sostenible. es esencial retomar y comprender la importancia del liderazgo juvenil para garantizar los derechos sexuales y reproductivos y así asegurar la implementación del Consenso de Montevideo. La actividad está liderada por la JMASLAC, Red de Jóvenes y Adolescentes Positivos de América Latina y el Caribe Hispano, con agradecimiento especial a la Wine Plus Global y a la Conferencia Global por proporcionar este espacio de intercambio y aprendizaje sobre la respuesta global al VIH. Quien habla con ustedes, Matías Mendieta, soy bachiller en Antropología de la Universidad Federal de la Integración Latinoamericana y también represento a la Coordinación Regional de JMASLAC en Cono Sur. Para dar inicio a este panel, les dejo una frase importante para todos y principalmente para las juventudes, que será en mi lengua materna guaraní, Language Indigenous from America. Dice, Baebe orebe wara orere he'en. Nada para nosotros sin nosotros. Quiero dar así la bienvenida a Junior Juárez López, que nos acompaña desde Perú. Forma parte de la coordinación regional como representante de región andina en JMASLAC. Mario Campos, de El Salvador, pertenece a la Clínica del Pueblo en los Estados Unidos. Diana Gómez Campos pertenece a la organización de Llaves y nos acompaña desde Honduras. Y Ahmad Mohamed, de Egipto, y pertenece a Leps Stot Ives en Canadá. Solamente a modo de logística, cada participante tendrá 7 minutos para presentar su trabajo, las realidades que atraviesan como juventudes en sus territorios y al finalizar habrá una ronda de preguntas. Por cuestiones logísticas, solamente serán aceptadas 4 preguntas al finalizar la ronda. Ahora llamo a Alex para que pueda acercarse acá y les pido unos aplausos. Muchas gracias y bienvenidos.
Wow, sí nos sentimos súper nerviosos al poder compartir una ponencia con compañeros, delegados, amigos de diferentes partes de América Latina, dentro de una plataforma que no es nuestra lengua, es el inglés, y es muy difícil navegar, sobre todo bajo la barrera del idioma, y eso es lo que queremos plantear en esa oportunidad. Así que vamos a latinoamerizarnos un poquito brevemente por esta situación para poder compartir de diferentes puntos de América Latina las perspectivas, las estrategias, la forma en cómo podemos construir liderazgos juveniles desde el orgullo seropositivo, desde el orgullo LGTBI, desde el orgullo joven, desde las interseccionalidades que cada uno representa de diferentes comunidades. Agradecido, veo que también hay un aplicativo que pueden hacer una traducción en vivo. Lamento que nosotros no podamos hablar inglés, pero nos vamos a poder esforzar lo más que se pueda para que nos puedan comprender. Más allá de dar cifras, más allá de traer números, estábamos pensando qué podíamos presentar, cuáles eran los avances o cuáles eran los retrocesos que tiene América Latina dentro de sus desigualdades y sus lamentables situaciones de gobierno de ultraderecha que han retrocedido sobre derechos sexuales y reproductivos. Quisimos hablar desde el corazón, desde nuestra experiencia, y es por eso que mi presentación la he resumido para que darle la oportunidad a mis compañeros que tengan el espacio suficiente para que puedan compartir sus experiencias. Muchas gracias. Vamos a darle la continuación al compañero moderador para que pueda continuar con la presentación.
Muchas gracias, Alex. Y para dar continuidad a este panel, llamo acá a mi compa Mario Campos, que nos acompaña de El Salvador con un trabajo muy increíble en los Estados Unidos. Mario, bienvenido. Gracias.
Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Mario Campos y quiero empezar haciendo ciertas preguntas. Y es, ¿se han imaginado un mundo en donde no exista la igualdad, la integración o el respeto? ¿Podría haber desarrollo en donde no existe una información real, constante y precisa? Estas y otras preguntas son las que constantemente me realizo cada vez que presento el proyecto. Hablar sobre el VIH es hablar sobre mi vida. ¿Cuántos de nosotros no hemos dicho o escuchado la frase que dice, eso a mí no me va a pasar? O el VIH es únicamente para las trabajadoras sexuales o los gays. Hemos estigmatizado un tema y lo hemos invisibilizado y nos hemos olvidado que es tan real y está presente como un amigo, un familiar o como nosotros mismos. El VIH pareciera ser cosa del pasado, pero durante 40 años ha venido cobrándose la vida de millones de personas y según la Organización Mundial de la Salud, representa una de las 3 principales causas de muerte entre hombres y mujeres de 15 a 59 años de edad. El VIH llegó a mi vida de la forma más inocente y dolorosa. Cuando era solo un niño, recuerdo haber perdido al tío más cariñoso, atento y juguetón que he tenido. Muchas fueron las dudas y preguntas que surgieron. ¿Cómo? ¿Por qué? Sin embargo, su muerte fue silenciada hasta que mis padres consideraron que teníamos la edad suficiente para entender lo sucedido. Crecí, me enamoré y a los 20 años me casé. Sin embargo, no todo fue tan fácil. Después de unos meses de relación con mi novio en ese entonces, su sentimiento de culpabilidad por no sentirse limpio, después de unos meses, llevó a decirme su estado de VIH positivo indetectable. Nuevamente el VIH se colaba en mi vida. En El Salvador, al igual que en muchos países latinoamericanos, el COVID-19 representó una catarsis económica, política y de salud pública. Y según estadísticas del Ministerio de Salud, a finales del año 2020, un total de 500 personas resultaron con nuevos diagnósticos, dentro de los cuales se subraya el nombre de mi mejor amigo. Pero esta vez decidí no quedarme callado, decidí comenzar un movimiento de voces, decidí darle visibilidad a esta situación. Y fue así como nace el proyecto Hablar sobre el VIH es hablar sobre mi vida, en donde a través de diferentes iniciativas virtuales estoy beneficiando a una comunidad latina, a una comunidad emigrante. ¿Y cómo se hace esto? Al ser la iniciativa un proyecto virtual, se desarrolla en su mayoría a través de Facebook Live e Instagram Live, en donde invito a expertos en la materia como doctores, activistas, gente que lucha por los derechos humanos a hablar sobre el tema. Un total de aproximadamente 16.500 personas se han visto beneficiadas a través de estos Facebook e Instagram Lives, que posteriormente forman parte del podcast Hablemos del VIH. También formo parte y soy editor del blog HIV My Life, en donde personas de Latinoamérica, en su mayoría inmigrantes, me escriben de cualquier parte del mundo, en su mayoría de Colombia, Venezuela, El Salvador, Honduras, y me dicen, oye, estoy buscando emigrar para los Estados Unidos, para Canadá, para México, y necesito una clínica en donde me pueda atender. Parte de mi trabajo y del éxito es conectarlos con servicios y con clínicas en donde van a recibir su tratamiento completamente gratis y sin temor a ser deportados o que su estatus migratorio pueda afectarles. Hablar sobre el VIH es hablar sobre mi vida, es mi proyecto. Este soy yo. Es lo que me hace sentir orgulloso. Hoy en día, como siempre lo he dicho, en la palabra VIH, la H es humanidad. Esa humanidad que mostramos cuando dejamos de ser simplemente estadísticas y nos volvemos solidarios el uno con el otro. Yo estoy convencido que hablar sobre el VIH es hablar sobre mi vida. ¿Y ustedes qué creen? Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Mario. Información bastante relevante para todos, experiencias que pasamos en los territorios de nuestra América Latina bastante diversa. Ahora quiero llamar a Diana Campos, que viene de Honduras y pertenece a la organización Llaves. Por favor, Diana. Hola.
Bueno, me sentaré porque soy muy chiquita, la verdad, me siento bien chiquita. Bueno, como... bueno, en mi caso creo de que es una experiencia de vida más porque yo crecí en un hogar donde había una madre con VIH y yo era una niña afectada, ¿no? Cuando empezamos grupos de autoapoyo, ya llevaba un poco de conocimiento acerca de la temática. La cuestión es así, de que, ¿cómo les explico? Bueno, mi caso es de que, lastimosamente, como les digo, crecí sabiendo del tema, pero no sabía de qué momento o en qué momento podía llegar un diagnóstico a mi vida, ¿no? En este momento doy gracias a Dios porque si no, yo creo que no tuviera los conocimientos que hoy tengo. Desde el momento de que pasé por un diagnóstico, empecé a investigar más de organizaciones y toda la cuestión, ¿verdad? Pero en este momento yo me sentía en un caos, mi vida era un caos. Llegué no puedo. Bueno, llegué, gracias a Dios, que ha puesto personas muy buenas en mi vida, jóvenes, adultas. Gracias a estas personas he conocido muchos temas, entre salud sexual reproductiva, estigma y discriminación, porque yo no conocía que era una discriminación de niña, no conocía que que me estigmatizaran, pero conocí buenas personas, ¿no? A estos temas que, como les dije, conocí, he tenido la oportunidad de la importancia de conocer acerca de los temas de salud sexual, métodos anticonceptivos, y entre muchos otros como derechos humanos, y así nos hemos empapado poco a poco. El sol de hoy ya tengo 3 años de ser la coordinadora de un grupo de jóvenes de mi comunidad, donde nos ha llevado a conocer diferentes organizaciones. En esta ocasión, Fundación Llaves ha apostado por nuestro grupo, ha apostado por nuestros conocimientos, ha apostado por muchos liderazgos que nosotros tenemos en nuestra comunidad. Y así poco a poco hemos ido empapándonos de muchos temas, ¿no? Como ya les mencionaba, creo de que para mí, en lo personal, uno de los temas de gran importancia en este momento, creo que es la planificación familiar, ya que nosotros en nuestro país es cuestionable. Pues por tener un diagnóstico solo te ofrecen un método donde considero yo de que sí tenemos la oportunidad de estar o de tener otros tipos de métodos anticonceptivos, tener la oportunidad, creo que es muy buena, porque también depende de esto, también ocurren muchas cosas como la esterilización forzada en nuestro país es bastante marcada porque tenemos muchos jóvenes en esta posición y gracias a estos proyectos ha llegado a nuestro grupo de jóvenes de mi comunidad. Yo soy de una comunidad que se llama Danlí. Ha llegado el conocimiento de saber que sí tenemos derecho a y que tenemos derecho a muchas cosas, no solo a una cosa, ¿no? Ese grupo de jóvenes, el Sol de hoy solo tiene 15 jóvenes activos, donde tocamos estos temas y donde esperamos en otro momento que seamos más, ¿no? Porque gracias a Dios somos personas jóvenes con conocimientos, no somos personas ignorantes y que en cualquier momento, en cualquier espacio podemos pelear nuestros derechos, donde sabemos que en realidad muchos jóvenes no los tienen, porque nosotros vivimos en la ciudad, pero tenemos jóvenes tierra adentro donde no conocen, donde no saben ni qué es una violación, donde no conocen de qué manera pelear por sus derechos, donde no saben dónde acudir y nosotros sí deseamos llegar a esos jóvenes. En nuestro grupo es bien enfocado en esa manera, como que peleamos bastante acerca de los jóvenes de las zonas rurales, donde nosotros sabemos las necesidades que tiene nuestra comunidad. Lastimosamente, tenemos muchos que tienen miedo. Nuestro liderazgo juvenil en nuestro país es bastante cuestionado. Digo cuestionado porque no todos tenemos la oportunidad de levantar nuestra voz en otros espacios y si la tenemos miedo. Por el que dirán, por qué nos dirán los adultos, porque si está correcto o no está correcto y muchos miedos que tenemos en realidad. Creo que eso es mi participación.
Gracias. Bueno, muchas gracias, Diana. Demasiado importante lo que contabas. Una situación que se da no solamente en Honduras, sino en varios países, también en mi país, Paraguay, donde muchas juventudes por cuestiones territoriales, lingüísticas e identitarias no tienen acceso a la información. Sabemos principalmente como juventudes que hoy el acceso a la información es un privilegio aún, principalmente en las periferias del capitalismo y tales como América en general. Muchas gracias y ahora quiero llamar a Ahmad Mohammad, que nos acompaña de Siria y pertenece a Let's Stop AIDS en Canadá, y así para que esta mesa y este panel sea mucho más diverso de lo que nos imaginamos.
Thank you so much for the lovely introduction. Hello, everybody. My name is Ahmed. I'm originally from Syria and based in Toronto. I work with Let's Stop AIDS. I work as a youth program coordinator, and I am the ambassador of Live Life Loving. Our booth is right there. So first, I want to talk about my experience a little bit. So I called my presentation Youth Revolution because I believe in the importance of our voices as young people, because our voices matter, and we are the revolution, and our involvement is very crucial in the epidemic of HIV. So I'm gonna talk first about my experience when I moved to Egypt as an immigrant. After a while, I had condomless sex. It was non-consensual. And then I had gotten positive result. After that, I did second result, and between 10 days, between the right and the negative, and it was a false positive. But that sparked a passion in me to advocate for people. So I started involving more in the LGBT community with organization, started working with them, knowing more about HIV, what is HIV. And first, I'm gonna talk in my presentation about agenda, values, digital safety, and safe circles. Those who I have learned about in Egypt. So moving on, introduction, I have learned about the importance of community power and community engagement. Because for me, I didn't have anyone as a refugee, as an immigrant. I didn't have any friends, any relatives, and I needed a community to feel that I belong. And together, hand by hand, we can create a better future for ourselves. So moving on, I'm gonna talk first about the values. So the values that I have chosen is connection, community, integrity, and meaning, because I believe in those values and are from my core values. Moving on, when I started working with the LGBT organization, I have learned about the importance of digital safety, because in Egypt and Middle East, working as a sex worker is very risky, and sex workers are integrated part of our community, and their safety is very important. And each year, police arrest sex workers, specifically trans women, and trans men and women. So me and my friends, our youth, we started working and finding ways to support them to work in healthier ways to support their safety. So we started doing sessions about digital safety, and also not specifically about sex workers. It's also for people who are living with HIV, so their information not get exposed. Because if someone knows that you are HIV positive, they're gonna threat you, harass you, and tell you that you're gonna tell your family. So digital safety is very important about learning how to do sex work in safer work, how to use another number, another name, another email. And this was a big, important work for status privacy, online harassment, and sex workers. The other thing that I found was very helpful for people who are working with HIV is gatherings. Imagine that there is no resources, no an organization to go to and ask for help. And these people who are living with HIV, they go through harassment, anxiety, stress, discrimination, prejudice, stigma, and no one is there for them. So having gatherings for people who are living with HIV twice a month was very important, so they feel they belong, they are not alone, and there are other people for them to support their mental and physical well-being. Also, as well, to foster leadership. If someone is alone, they can't support one another, they can't support their peers. So the importance of fostering leadership, it is very important to create safe spaces for belonging, for leading, and community. Those are the things that I found the most important and helpful in Egypt and MENA region, to have safe circles for us to support each other. And I want to emphasize that no one is free until all of us are free. Thank you everyone for everything.
Muchas gracias, Ahmad. Ahora que terminó su presentación, quiero recalcar que particularmente para mí siempre la diversidad lingüística es un plus para este tipo de espacios en donde abordamos derechos humanos, donde hablamos de interculturalidad, transversalidad y principalmente participación plural. Hoy en día, en este mundo globalizado, el hecho de que solamente en los espacios se pida hablar en inglés es un desafío, porque como mencionaba anteriormente, el acceso a la información es un privilegio. El acceso a derecho, que es un derecho humano básico, todavía no es una garantía en muchas regiones, como mencionaba anteriormente, en las periferias del capitalismo. De esa forma, agradezco enormemente a las personas que hasta ahora hablaron y pudieron comentar sobre sus experiencias. Y ahora nuevamente quisiera llamar a Junior de Perú, que como mencioné forma parte de la coordinación regional de JMASLAC, que va a hablar un poco de la experiencia en la región andina, específicamente de Perú, en el sur de América.
Wow, wow, wow. Antes de empezar, la verdad quiero pedir un fuerte aplauso para Diana, porque nos ha demostrado que desde la vulnerabilidad, desde el miedo, podemos encontrar la fortaleza. Gracias, Diana, por ese excelente testimonio que nos acaba de dar. Eres una gran compañera y estamos aquí para poder ayudarnos entre todos. Eres muy valiente y, por favor, cada vez que tú llores, lloras con nosotros, pero también tienes una fortaleza desde aquí. Desde Perú tenemos una realidad que nos aborda de de diferentes perspectivas. Sí, inicié de un diagnóstico que me hizo transversar o pasar por un proceso de suicidio, que al cual nos pasa a todas las personas que recibimos un diagnóstico, porque el tema de la autoestima, el tema de la depresión es parte del proceso de duelo, de aceptación y de asimilación del mismo diagnóstico. Pero desde un principio de poder compartir e informar sobre una condición que no me hace diferente al resto, pude plantear una plataforma en TikTok al cual hemos llegado a 41,000 seguidores para poder transmitir información sobre el diagnóstico, pero también mencionar que podemos vivir una vida con dignidad a pesar no me gusta usar la palabra, construyendo una vida de lo seropositivo, desde el orgullo. Hemos transitado en escuelas y en colegios para poder impartir educación sexual, hablar con los jóvenes y poder visibilizar que dentro de la sociedad existe una indiferencia, que piensan que tener un diagnóstico relativo a una ITS nunca les va a pasar. Por eso necesitamos tener esos espacios de diálogo para seguir construyendo, para seguir informando. Desde una perspectiva seropositiva juvenil, lo que venimos construyendo desde América Latina es estas asambleas, diálogos, charlas o talleres a los que podamos articular, informar y sobre todo congregar y sobre todo darnos ese calor y ese amor que a veces necesitamos, al menos una palmadita en el costado cuando recién estamos recibiendo un diagnóstico. Nadie nos enseña o nadie nos da una guía qué es lo que tenemos que hacer frente a un nuevo diagnóstico o una nueva ruta o una nueva situación de vida. Pero desde ahí vamos aprendiendo y vamos construyendo caminos. Hemos dialogado con jóvenes, hemos dialogado con autoridades, hacemos incidencia, pero no la hacemos individualmente, sino la hacemos articulada desde las redes nacionales, desde los encuentros, desde un taller, desde el conversar con un compañero por Instagram o por TikTok. Estas plataformas nuevas que nos permiten prácticamente acortar la distancia y a través de un clip poder comunicar, informar y sobre todo sensibilizar sobre una situación que hoy estamos en una conferencia que se enfoca más en el tema preventivo, pero no en las atenciones que día a día tenemos que tener frente a un diagnóstico que lo tenemos no un 1 de diciembre, que se celebra siempre en América Latina el 1 de diciembre, el Día de la Lucha Internacional del SIDA, sino cada día, los 24 horas del día y los 365 días del año. Es por eso que desde estos espacios, de estas tribunas, hemos querido compartir estas experiencias, que desde América Latina también tenemos algo que decir, porque también nuestros espacios sirven y también nuestros espacios construyen. Es por eso que hemos invitado a diferentes compañeros de diferentes localidades para que puedan compartir estas experiencias. Nos pueden seguir también en nuestras redes como JovTamasLat o Jóvenes Positivos para que puedan continuar y contribuyendo y siendo estos réplica y esa socialización de la información. Los espacios se ganan, pero también se construyen lado a lado y conforma a una red o a una organización que trabaje con los jóvenes. Y no quiero irme antes sin mencionar desde mi espacio, nada sin nosotros, con nosotros. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Alex, y nuevamente agradezco a los panelistas por participar. También quiero agradecer al público presente, a las personas que están acá escuchando. Y ahora que terminó la presentación, vamos a abrir una ronda de preguntas, opiniones, experiencias que puedan tener, que quieran compartir a partir de sus realidades, de sus conocimientos. Los conocimientos fuera de la academia también deben ser reconocidos. En América Latina tenemos más de 400 lenguas indígenas, que para mí las lenguas no son meras herramientas de comunicación, sino formas de expresión de la vida, formas de interpretación de lo que vivimos. Entonces ahora, si alguien tiene una pregunta, comentario, sugerencia, experiencia, anécdota, este es el momento que pueden hablar, comentar, si quieren.
Bueno, primero que nada, felicidades muchachos y gracias. Gracias por el trabajo que están haciendo, porque sin ustedes los jóvenes, nosotros los viejos, ¿qué haríamos, verdad? Ya tenemos muchos años en este camino. He trabajado prácticamente la mitad de mi vida en el campo del VIH y la prevención, pero escucharlos a ustedes es como si no supiera nada y me llena de alegría. Pero tú, Diana, escucharte a ti fue lo más impactante para mí desde antier que llegué aquí a la conferencia. Tu candidez, tu amor, tu fuerza interna y esas lágrimas llenas de valentía me vuelven vulnerable como no pensé serlo. Así que felicidades y gracias por tu amor y gracias y síguele adelante y nunca hay que pedir perdón por nuestras lágrimas, que también son forma de expresar nuestros sentimientos, ¿ok? Gracias.
Muchas gracias. No sé si hay alguna otra persona. Sí, por favor. Bandera de Honduras.
Bueno, buenos días a todas. Mi nombre es Daily Azucena Figueroa, vengo de Honduras. Pues voy a contar un poquito de mi experiencia. A mis 20 años yo fui diagnosticada de VIH cuando estaba embarazada. Lastimosamente, en el hospital donde me atendieron, me discriminaron las doctoras que me realizó mi cesárea. Lastimosamente perdí mi bebé también y lastimosamente me esterilizaron sin consentimiento mío. Ha sido un proceso bien duro, tanto mi diagnóstico como el saber que estoy esterilizada, pero ahí seguimos en la lucha. He aprendido que el tener un diagnóstico no los hace diferente a las demás personas, todas somos iguales. También quiero hablar o decir, estamos un grupo de 20 chicas creando una colectiva que se llama Juntas Somos Imparables, que si Dios lo permite, este mes de agosto empezamos, gracias a Dios. Fuimos ganadoras del fondo de FECAN, ganamos $5,000, que es un proyecto de un año y pues ahí vamos, tanto para darle conocimiento a las demás chicas, porque sé que hay varias chicas que no saben nada de los derechos, porque a mí me pasó, en el momento que me esterilizaron yo no sabía que tenía derechos por ser una persona, porque la doctora me lo dijo, y la doctora me dijo que yo no podía traer hijos al mundo con una enfermedad de muerte. Entonces, también hablar cuando lo violentan nuestros derechos, pues alzar la voz, que es lo que yo estoy haciendo, alzando la voz. Estoy llevando mi caso legalmente y espero un día lograrlo. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias. Quiero decir que nosotres y nosotras siempre decimos que a partir de las particularidades que tenemos en nuestros territorios diversos a lo largo de América y del mundo, siempre buscamos las soluciones de manera colectiva. Y este es el claro ejemplo de que hacemos eso. El intercambio de experiencias, de logros, de buenas prácticas, pero también el contar los desafíos que tenemos en nuestros territorios es muy importante y muy necesario. Entonces, solo agradecer a las personas, a todos, en serio, que vinieron acá enfrente a hablar, que están acá hablando, agradecer a las lágrimas, porque una canción brasilera dice: me encantan mis lágrimas, pero más aún mi sonrisa. Entonces, si llorás y te reís, está todo muy bien. Y si es que no hay más, alguna pregunta o comentario. ¿Sí? ¿Quién? Sí, vení. Sí, es que para que se te escuche en la...
Gracias. Sí, mi pregunta es para Mario. Él comentaba sobre su plataforma de vinculación e inmigración. Guatemala, Honduras y El Salvador son triángulo migratorio. Yo soy guatemalteca. Tengo una duda. Si mencionaba que Mario, con este movimiento que hace, vincula de alguna manera a las clínicas, normalmente estos tres países buscan posicionarse a Estados Unidos, que es, pues, para muchos el país de destino. ¿Cómo funciona esto y qué población, digamos, de estos tres cuadros? Bueno, yo sé que pedir como datos es una cosa bien grande y de estudios, pero de alguna manera, si está siendo funcional, pueden ser modelos que se pueden adaptar a países como los nuestros.
Espera, voy a hacer un cierre para que todos hagamos un cierre. Bueno, no tanto.
Sí, el blog está obviamente en línea, fácilmente se puede encontrar como HIV My Life. Una de las plataformas, una de las opciones que te permite el blog es que toda la información automáticamente se generaliza dependiendo en el país en que la persona esté buscando la información. Es decir, si es un país, por ejemplo, como Francia, un país como, por ejemplo, Canadá, automáticamente el blog cambia el idioma, ¿no? Igual, la mayoría de las veces las publicaciones que yo hago en mi idioma natal, el español. También otra de las cosas que tiene el blog es que le permite a la gente conectarse directamente conmigo a través de la plataforma de WhatsApp, todo completamente gratuito, confidencial y anónimo. La mayoría de los mensajes, como lo dije, eran: hola, estoy buscando mudarme para tal sitio, en tal fecha. Efectivamente, tengo mucha gente de Guatemala, de El Salvador y de Honduras que me escriben buscando ese tipo de servicios. Y como lo estamos diciendo, esto es lo que generaliza y hace que el trabajo del blog como tal sea un éxito, porque las conexiones y las redes se crean a través de esos espacios. Entonces sí, eso es como trabaja el blog. Las personas me escriben directamente a mi WhatsApp y yo los conecto y me aseguro de que la persona tenga una cita en la clínica o en la ciudad a la cual ellos están emigrando. Por ejemplo, también trabajo muy de cerca con Médicos Sin Fronteras para cuando las personas pasan por México en su trayecto y no tienen medicamento. Entonces, durante ese trayecto, antes de llegar a su país de destino, puedan coger tratamiento. Ya, gracias.
Muchas gracias. Ok. Muchísimas gracias nuevamente a las personas que preguntaron, que intercambiaron opiniones y experiencias. De esta forma, le digo a los panelistas, les panelistas, que tienen tipo 2 minutos para responder alguna opinión o comentar sobre algo. Y también como unas palabras de conclusión, para que así podamos ir cerrando. Y nada, más que todo agradecer. Y voy a comenzar con mi querida, estimadísima Diana de Honduras.
Bueno, yo solo recalcar algo así como que, algo que se me había escapado, la verdad. Yo creo que algo que en nuestros países, bueno, en mi país, Honduras, vivo en una zona donde está pasando bastante lo que es la migración. Creo que uno de los temas súper importantes de hablar es acerca de la migración y el VIH. Comunidad LGTBI, VIH, ¿por qué no? Hablar de embarazos en adolescentes, hablar de menstruaciones seguras, hablar de derechos humanos, de esterilizaciones forzadas, hablar de tantos temas, porque creo de que es uno son temas bastante importantes y temas que no se tocan y que han causado caos en nuestros países, la verdad. Eso. Trabajo sexual, gracias por recordarme también. Es que se me habían escapado otras cosas, pero sí, son temas, se miran como insignificantes, pequeños, pero a lo largo son bastante grandes, ¿no? Claro, es un abanico que estamos yendo, viniendo, trayendo información y creo de que como jóvenes merecemos y estamos dispuestos nos ponemos a sus disposiciones también para hacer realce estos temas también. Gracias.
Ay, gracias, Diana. En serio, tipo, siempre tan precisa en lo que dice. Bueno, ahora para variar un poco el orden y para realmente mostrar la diversidad, le llamo a Ahmad para que pueda dar sus palabras de conclusión y de agradecimiento y eso.
Thank you. I want to say that I'm honored to be here, be sharing my experiences and my insight, and I'm so happy to see everybody here and each one of you. Your presence and involvement is super crucial, and I want to tell you that you are powerful, and thank you so much.
Gracias. Y bueno, Mario.
Quizás algo que con lo que me gustaría cerrar es que, como ya escucharon la historia, mi iniciativa nació directamente por sucesos que se fueron presentando en mi vida, ¿no? Cuando comencé y tomé la decisión de llevar a cabo este proyecto, recuerdo que fue a través de una publicación en Facebook. Muchos comentarios tan poco respetuosos y cero tolerantes como, por ejemplo, claro, por eso estás tan flaco, o ¿cuándo te vas a morir? Claro, eres gay, por eso te infectaste. Comentarios como de esa índole surgieron, pero también hubieron comentarios diciendo, yo también conozco a alguien que convive con el VIH, o yo también tengo VIH. Fueron los que me dieron la fuerza para continuar adelante y no detenerme. Como dice una frase, cuando se acerca una tormenta, las águilas no paran ni bajan el vuelo. Al contrario, se elevan y suben cada vez más para sobrepasar la tormenta. Cada iniciativa cuenta, cada espacio que tomamos cuenta y cada acción que nosotros como jóvenes nos empoderamos cuenta. Con tan solo que estemos cambiando la vida de una persona, ya nuestro entorno se está transformando y nuestra razón de ser valió la pena. Así que no tengan miedo en soñar, no tengan miedo en crear sus espacios y seguir adelante dentro de ellos. Gracias y bendiciones a todos.
Muchas gracias, Mario. Ahora le paso la palabra a Alex.
Wow, wow, wow. ¿Cómo no quedar tocado con tanta situación, tantas historias que hemos vivido? Pero la verdad yo me quiero salir un poquito del protocolo y quiero aprovechar el momento, porque sí, bueno, voy a ser un poquito oportunista, pero quiero que formalmente, en este momento, Gabriela y Osla, hi Osla, hi Gabriela, se comprometan a tener espacios en idioma latino, en idioma castellano, que no sea la primera ni la única vez, porque es ya difícil navegar en una conferencia de habla inglesa, de habla estadounidense y sobre todo comunicar desde Latinoamérica nuestras experiencias. Es una barrera que debemos trabajar y la verdad, somos juventudes globales. O sea, somos parte del globo. Latinoamérica, aquí presente, dice que también puede colaborar con White Plus Global y que también quiere un espacio en la mesa para poder articular iniciativas. Así que, Osla, Gabriela, ¿se comprometen? A ver, ¿qué dice? A ver. Osla.
Gracias, Alex. I want to take the opportunity to make the translation because we don't have the translation to Spanish, and that's about the whole discussion. So they are asking to have spaces that are accessible in other languages, because right now information is becoming a privilege. So if we don't speak English, we don't access information, and that can be happening. So we are committed, of course, as White Plus Global, to keep promoting these spaces, to make sure that we're giving the voice to a global community, regardless of the languages.
100% agree. I don't have anything else to say. I wish I spoke Spanish. I don't, so I'm going to pass it to someone who does.
Ok, muchas gracias. Y nada, Por favor, recuerden que de las juventudes también tenemos algo que aportar. Estamos cansados y estamos parte del hartazgo, que siempre organizaciones y fundaciones prácticamente postulen las agendas y a las juventudes simplemente nos vean como un adorno de la mesa. Desde ya decimos que las juventudes estamos más que preparadas para asumir nuevos compromisos y nuevos liderazgos y vernos allá en la conferencia central dando una ponencia y siendo parte de eso, abriendo espacios, dialogando con autoridades y sobre todo decir que Latinoamérica y las juventudes globales estamos presentes para hacer y realizar proyectos, pero sobre todo para mejorar nuestras vidas y las vidas de nuevos compañeros que aún siguen siendo diagnosticados con VIH o con otras ITS. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. La verdad que es un poco difícil para mí como moderador terminar la sesión después de las finalizaciones de los panelistas. De igual forma, quiero mencionar de que esta mesa también aporta desde la interculturalidad sobre cómo podemos en el intercambio de experiencias aportar a la respuesta global al VIH. Hace no mucho tiempo, particularmente yo, escuchaba todavía Día Mundial del SIDA, 1 de diciembre. Y en América Latina y en América, en muchos países al menos, nosotros ya decimos Día Mundial de la Respuesta, porque nosotros no estamos luchando en sí contra una cosa, sino que queremos respuesta de los gobiernos, de las agencias internacionales y que incluyan a las juventudes diversas. Y también quiero despedirme con una frase de Eva Duarte de Perón que decía, donde hay una necesidad, nace un derecho. ¿Y por qué digo esto? Porque nuestros derechos son transversales y cuando hablamos del VIH hablamos de derechos de las mujeres, de las personas LGTB, de las personas negras, de las niñeces, de las trabajadoras sexuales, de las campesinas, de las indígenas. Hablamos de todas las personas, para todas las personas, que tiene que haber derechos para todas. Muchas gracias y la lucha no continúa, es continua siempre. Y vamos a sacar una foto. Hay que sacar the picture.
Everyone? Am I audible? Okay. Can you kindly take your seats, please? We're about to start the session now.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Nobody's paying attention.
Again?
Nobody's paying attention.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Can we kindly take our seats now so that we start our session?
Let's get ready to play. Well, I guess if we start, people.
Yeah. I don't know if we'll check the boxes now, but I think they'll let us know when to start.
Huh?
People not listening.
Let's start.
No. I think we need a signal from them.
Huh?
We need a signal from them. Let them
No.
start.
People need to.
That's like
They
the
need to pay attention.
volunteers should be, like making people sit so that we. Excuse me, everyone. Can we kindly take our seats so that we start this session? Thank you.
Let's start.
I think we have to yes. Should we start?
Start.
I think we should hear a confirmation from them on whether to start or not. But due to time, I think we have to start.
Because we're wasting time.
Should we start? Alex. Should we start? Okay. Okay. Should we start?
Huh?
Should we start?
Yeah, she was going to gather people. But
He has to give us a signal to start yet. I think due to time, it's high time. Let's just start the
Yep.
session.
who has the sticky notes?
I don't know. The volunteers have the sticky notes. Hello, everyone. So, welcome to Pleased to Meet You session, and we are all pleased to meet you all.
Pleased to meet you, Robert.
Well, my name is Robert. I'm from Zimbabwe under Y Plus Global.
And I'm Joey Pons from Puerto Rico.
Oh, nice. You're from Puerto Rico. I'm
Yes.
looking for a partner in Puerto Rico.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What age?
Maybe 40 to 60, somewhere there.
I thought you had a boyfriend.
Yeah, I do, but not in Munich.
Oh, I can be single too.
Really?
Yeah.
We'll work on that after the session.
So today we're breaking down age barriers. We're building bridges between generations. Whether you're a seasoned activist or a young change maker, your voice matters.
Well, we are your hosts, Robert and Joey, and I hope we're going to have so much fun today. Well, we will be running this session in a speed dating format, whereby we will split you into age groups and you get a chance to talk to another age group and have an experience in that group. So there are going to be topics whereby you're going to discuss and you share your insights on those age groups.
Okay, there's going to be some sticky notes. Where is the sticky note person? Okay. According to your age group, please, there's volunteers with sticky notes. 25 and under, grab a white sticky note. 26 to 41, a multicolored sticky note. 42 to 60, a brown sticky note. And 61 plus, blue sticky note. You can see the colors on the screen.
Make sure you get a sticky note from our volunteers, everyone. And we're about to start in a couple of time. I think we'll have 2 minutes for this.
Okay, when we start, you'll have 5 minutes per round. You find somebody from a different generation or a different colored sticky note, and we have 3 prompts to start the conversation. One is share the learnings of people in your age group. Another one is the challenges for people in your age group. And also, what can different generations better work together to improve the HIV response?
Well, let's get started. Find a partner, introduce yourself, and start the conversation going.
And you need to get up and move and talk to each other. So we're going to start the first round. Can we have the prompts on the screen?
Can we have the prompts on the screen, please?
Then you do the same thing with the same generation. Can we have the prompts on the screen, please? These are the prompts.
Those are the prompts.
Well, if you're all from the same generation, just talk.
Then just talk.
So find somebody and start talking with these 3 prompts.
It didn't have as many people as I was expecting. Yeah, and most people, they're in the same age group, but that doesn't matter. So I think from now, since it's the same age group, what they can do is I think now we're going to the next round whereby find another person that you didn't talk to and talk about the function, regardless the fact that you are off in the same age group. Yeah, something like that. I think instead of 4, we do them 3 rounds. And then after that, we'll get to share the volunteers and then we close it up. What time is it?
Oh.
How many minutes are we left here? We're about to finish, right? It's supposed to end at... Right.
Mexico. Oh, there she is.
She ran away. Oh, there she is. Did I say 2 minutes left for this round? Yeah. Did I? 2 minutes left for this round, everyone. Last night was my birthday. So I went for a dinner. One of our colleagues took me out for a dinner.
Oh, it was your birthday?
Yeah. Thank you. So we went out for dinner, and then after that, after the dinner, I had to go back to my hotel room and sleep. That is all. Although I wanted to take my first selfie.
I had so much to drink last night.
Good. Wait, at your hotel.
Huh?
Hotel.
Huh?
At your hotel.
Yeah.
Okay. You can announce this at the next round.
Yep.
Time is up, everyone. Time is up, everyone. It's now time to meet another person you haven't talked to and do the prompts again. Thank you. You have 5 minutes for this
Find
second
somebody else
round.
to talk to. Find somebody else. Switch.
Switch and find someone else. I said some of the things that are not even on the script. I was just like, I didn't want it to, showcase that I'm reading.
I can't hear you.
I said some of the things that are not on the script because I didn't want to showcase that I was reading.
That's fine.
As long as what they want.
Your friend with a short lens. He's not here now.
Also, no.
So he was taking a picture.
Yeah, it's not here.
He's so cute.
He has another section. It's from. If it's not Turkey, it should be Switzerland. We work together.
Oh, really?
You like him?
He's very cute.
Yeah, he is. Don't worry. I'll tell him that you said. You can announce the third round. What time is it?
We're fine.
Okay, we're good. Up until half 12.
That's my husband.
Oh yeah, you showed me. He showed me.
First black man I ever dated,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm staying for the rest of my life.
That's nice. I'm happy to hear that. That's great. I wish to get married very soon. Like I'm 26 now. I need a ring. I need a ring.
My family is playing races,
Oh.
and my mother's family, well, both, and my father's too. They're white, upper class. They come from a lot of money, and they're very racist. And all of us, like, no, of all the children, 3 of us ended up black people.
Black people. Yeah, that's what usually happens. Happens in a country whereby there are other black people racist to white people, and the other black people
guys have changed.
Is it?
It's completely. It's like they totally adore my husband.
That's great. What time is it?
We till 12:30. We have 2 more minutes for this round. 2 more minutes. 2 minutes.
One, two. Intergenerational understanding is key to the more supportive community. Sharing your information to keep the family. They're done. They can move on to the next round.
Okay, let's go to a third round. A third round. Find somebody else to talk to. Let's switch and exchange ideas.
Let's switch and find a new person to talk to for this third round. Let us switch.
Switch. Find somebody else to talk to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. We moved on to the next round. She's beautiful.
Yeah, she is. Oh, yeah.
I think she's trans good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's your friend.
Huh?
There's your friend.
Oh, Osla.
Where's he from?
It's from Turkey. Turkey.
Not everyone likes daddies.
We all like daddies. Hello. We all like daddies. I feel like dating a daddy, it's more better than dating someone who you're of the same age because it seems as if like you're competing.
Like,
After this session, I'm going out for shopping because yesterday yesterday I didn't got a chance to shop. I was very busy. I had a headache, so it was.
It's so expensive.
I know. I think I'll go to the city center and just grab one or two good things. Yeah.
I wish mall here that I went yesterday, and there's a couple of stores with specials and discounts.
Yeah. So I noticed. What time is it?
We have two minutes.
Okay. What time are we supposed to end our session?
At 12:50.
$12.50.
We're fine. We're early. Because there's more people.
We're not doing the final round and then they share the experiences. We're doing the final round now and then they share the experiences, right?
Yep.
Let me just announce the final round. Let me announce.
Yeah, 1 minute.
Okay.
I'll let you know.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, we're now moving on to our final round. It's time for you guys to switch, find another person that you haven't talked to, and talk and get the conversation going. Let's move on to our final round. You can switch and find another person. Thank you.
It's time to break up and speak to someone else.
We already have a volunteer who is going to share some reflections. That black girl, the one I was talking to when I was there.
Okay.
There are 4 minutes. It's supposed to end at 12:50, right?
Yep.
And what time is it? 12:36. So we have 10 minutes of reflections and conclusions.
Yeah. Just plenty of time.
It's just 10 minutes, girl. It's just 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So
We don't know how many
at 40,
reflections.
at 12:40, then we stop, and then we do the reflections.
Then after that, we do the conclusion. Okay. Well, thank you, everyone. Well, that concludes our session, our final round, rather. So, can we have any volunteers to raise their hands so that they can share their reflections? Any volunteers?
Time's up. Time's up. It's time to share what you guys talked about. So
And-
please raise your hands to share what you talked about, and we're going to share with everyone here your experience.
And we have a volunteer who will come with a microphone. Over to you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is it afternoon already?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, it doesn't look like. Good afternoon, everyone. I stand corrected. My name is Adeniji Ayodeji David from Nigeria. Can we all understand my language? Okay. So, I am more louder, right? Okay, I would make it more louder. So, I am from the generation, the multicolor generation. So you know the age group, right? Okay, so what we said about the prompt one that I can think it's got across everybody is at this age, your priority first is to get employed, have something doing, be independent, have money, and then at this stage, you are moving to setting up a family, have a space of your own. At this age, you are looking at getting those big deals, getting those big things that your money in the account cannot afford at this stage. These are always a priority at this stage. And then the second prompt, please, can you post it again? Sorry. You're working with.
Okay.
I don't have a last memory, I'm sorry. Okay, so the challenges. So we said some things about employment is the first challenge at this age. To get unemployment is something, you see, some jobs, even in the HIV space, there are so many opportunities that you see, and then when you're clicking on it, you're so fit for this opportunity, you have everything that it takes for this opportunity, but all you see is age 16 to 24, and then the age barrier comes in. So to get employment, to get some jobs, at times you see Y Plus putting out opportunities, and when you clicked on it, you'll be like, oh my goodness. Should I backdate my age or something? And you are so fit for them. So employment is one of the challenges we face. Financial stability at this stage, no matter how trillions or millions you're making, they are not always enough for you because you have so many things you're shouldering. You have younger ones looking up to you. You have a family to fend for. You have a house to pay. You have so many things, and you are not expected to collect from the family at this stage. You are not even opportune to have education at this stage because you think it's over. Before going back and meeting up, unless you're just going to use the internet. You can't just go to campus at 32 and saying you want to register to be a 100-level student or something like that. So it's always hard on education. And then financial knowledge is also a challenge at this time because you keep buying, you keep spending, you keep following and then you lag behind what you could have gotten from like age 50, 60, and you have the resources at that time because you don't have the financial knowledge, you just spend them. If you look at us, if we have like 50 euros now, you can just spend like 30 euros and you feel like I still have like 20 now. But before night, 50 euros are gone. Okay, so we have family pressure at this time. Family expect you to make it. They expect you to be married. They expect you to have children. Your friend is married. What are you doing in my house? Get out of my house. So you have family pressure, and then you have societal pressure at this stage. And then the last prompt. So we saying to bring ourselves and improve ourselves, we need to be open to knowledge sharing. Generational should come together and share knowledge. And like a saying from where I am from, like what the elders sit to see, I got that from him, to see if a child climbs on the highest mountain, you will not be able to see it. So when we are open to knowledge, learning opportunities, and then sharing correct informations in a widely accepted manner, that it is suitable for me suitable for you, suitable for the adults and the younger generation. And last but not the least, I got that from this meeting, and it was understanding mentorship. You need to understand mentorship. So if you don't understand you have to have a mentor, then we cannot we cannot improve in the HIV response. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you.
Let's give him a round of applause. Thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you very much. My name is Chika Srimobi Timothy. I actually represent the Global Africa. I come from Malawi, but interestingly, I belong to Uganda, Kenya, Nigeria. You see? So it's quite interesting. So, regarding the questions, the age group where I found myself has their priorities. And this is one of the age groups where you have what we call crisis. So at this point, you're either made or you're not made. So your priority spans forming a very solid foundation, not basically for yourself, but for the future, for the younger ones. You're like, after here, what am I going to leave for these ones? So that's what happens at that age. Interestingly, in sharing knowledge with the younger ones, I noticed something very, very, very interesting. The ones that comes before this age always think that it's about money, money, money. But maybe I can advise them. I think networking and relationship, positive ones, is much better than money at that stage. Experience, they say, is the best teacher, but my mentor says to those who survive the experience. Then regarding the challenges of this age in this sector, I could classify it into groups. The illiterate groups, the financially well-to-do guys, and those who are not within that group. When you have the illiterate groups, they are still in denial of whatever that is happening. They want to take out vengeance, revenge. Who gave me this problem? Let me share it on with people. And for those who are educated, who understand, they know that life is not about revenge, but life is about the legacies you leave. So they keep leaving legacies, everything notwithstanding, and they keep trying to form foundations for the future. And when you have the poor ones, it's a big problem. That is where you understand that poverty is a big disease. And when it's at 50, at those age, you're still poor, you won't really appreciate life. So take note of that. To bridge the challenge, like I told my young friend, the best thing is mentorship. The best thing is mentorship, positive learning, right? The younger ones have to really come down to understand. Because if we say communication, there's a gap in communication between these age ranges. The way I'll communicate to him, he will understand me faster. If I try to communicate the same way to her, she'll be like, this guy is talking old age. Can he really come to understand what you are saying? So but when it comes to mentorship, you find everybody sharing an idea because I understand what you have and we build on what you have. I understand what you don't have and we try to refine it into what you have that will make a better future for you. I think that's most of the things I learned. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing.
I think that's all the time we have, unfortunately, for the reflections. So we're going to take it back to our hosts.
Okay.
Thank you all for sharing. We had a very short time, so it's over, but not before we want to say a couple of words.
Well, remember that intergenerational understanding is a key to strong and supportive community. If you are comfortable in sharing, please feel free to come in touch with us and we can get the conversation going. And remember, tomorrow we have another session at Silver Line Zone from 12 to 1 p.m. whereby we'll get to meet Joey again on the panel. So I'd like you guys to join us tomorrow once again.
I thought we were going on a date.
No, not on a date tomorrow. We have to postpone that.
Okay. Well, before we close, let's make a collective commitment to amplify each other's voices and continue the dialogue beyond this session. Ageism creates barriers in many ways. We older people can learn a lot from younger people, as well as younger people can learn from us without prejudice. Let's break down those barriers that prevent us from learning and moving forward.
Well, thank you everyone for joining us, and for those who are watching at home, thank you so much. And all we can say is keep shining and let's stop AIDS together. Thank you. Have a good day.
Hello? Hello. Hi, everyone. Please, we would love you all young people to just come this side so that we perform our things. Young people in our diversity, please. We can use the placards. We have the placards already. Do you have the placards? Yeah, okay. Please, if you have any message that you want to just make sure that everyone hears that, and we do our advocacy in large extent, please just come this side and take the paper and then write your message right over there. We're going to start the march very soon, please. Any young person in this room, please. I'll talk louder. Hello, if you have any message, please just come and write your message. We're going to start our march very soon. Please, please. You just come to that table, you'll see the paper and the marker, write your message, and then we start our march. Hello, hi everyone. Please just present yourself to the table. Write your message. Let's start our march. Yo, you just come this side. We need support. We need visas. We need support. We need visa. We need support. We need visa. Please come with your message that side. Let's start our march. We need support. We need visa. We need support. We need visa. Please come, present yourself to the table, then write your message on the paper. We need support. We need visa. Yes. We need support. We need visa. No visa, no support. No voice. No visa, no voice. We need support. We need visa. You just come this table, please. We wanna protest for the visa. Our colleagues have not been able to make it to Munich because of the visa denial. Please come to the table. Just come and write your message. We need to start our march. We need to start our protest. We need to let everyone in the room knows that we need visa. We need our voice to be heard. Just come and write your message. Please, we need visa. No visa, no voice. We cannot end AIDS by 2030 if people have been denied to attend these essential meetings, essential conferences. Please, you just come this side. We need to protest for the visa. We need visa. We need support. No visa, no voice. You just come and have your message, then we start our march. We want to let everyone around the world know that we matter. They have to value us. They need to provide us with visa. It's very crucial for us to attend these conferences. Please, anyone in the room, please, we want visa. We need support. We need visa. No visa, no voices. We can't end the AIDS if young people are not being allowed to just come to these big conferences to just amplify their voices about the issue that matter most to them. So everyone in the room, please come here, and then we march to just hold decision makers accountable. Particularly in this country, these meetings are happening to know that young people in our diversity, particularly those in those marginalized countries, to just get visa to attend these conferences, for them to share their experiences and their lived experiences to the decision makers. Visa, we need support. We need visa. We need support. We need visa. We need support. We need visa. We need support. We need visa.
We need support. Hey, we need visa. We need support. 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 Grabs. We need visa. We need support. We need visa. We need support. Come and join us. We need visa. We need support. We need visa. We need support. Come and join us. We need visa. We need support. 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 Come and join us. We need visa. We need support. Come and join us. Let's watch this way. Let's move. We need visa. We need support. 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 We need visas. We need support. We need visa. 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 We need support. We need visas. 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 We need support. We need visa. 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 We need support. We need visa.
Mais longe. Hello, everyone. Please take your seats. We're about to start the next session. Please take your seats. Let's have you on the seats, please. This is going to be one of the most important sessions, and you don't want to miss it.
I just wanted to take this away because he's asking me. Because there's already. Hello, everyone. Before we start, if any of you could move closer. Okay, hello everyone. I'm Shaman Mohammed Jr. I'm the NGO delegate for North America. First, I want to thank all delegates of the delegation to the UNAIDS PCB who were able to be here today, and the Munich Youth Force team to make this happen. I want to start this activity by explaining what the PCB is and the importance this delegation has on the outcomes and decisions adopted by UNAIDS. UNAIDS is a joint program built on the intention of countries, international agencies, and civil society to establish a global and coordinated response to HIV. Unlike other similar initiatives in UNAIDS, civil society plays an important role, not only in being consulted on aspects related to the mandate of the UN agencies, but also being part of the board that coordinates decisions with a voice that's crucial to shed light on issues that agendas important to marginalized and underrepresented communities, just like some that are at this conference. All these individuals here on stage are leaders in their regions. They have strong advocacy stories on HIV-related issues. Right before coming here, we actually had a strategic planning meeting where we each had a moment to discuss more about our local and regional issues. We all represent different regions of the world, act as a bridge between society and institutions that control public policies, governments, and those that manage international funding and administration, donors, and as well multilateral agencies. This NGO delegation is guided by a set of principles that help the delegation in their work to achieve the NGO's delegation's vision and mission. We want a world where all stakeholders, people living with HIV, other key populations, civil societies, governments, and international bodies meet the challenges of the global AIDS pandemic together by combining their collective competencies to generate creative, equitable, holistic, and sustainable policies to lead to a world free of HIV. So our mission is to bring forward the perspectives and expertise of people living, affected, most at risk of vulnerable to HIV and AIDS, as well again as of civil society. I will let each of them introduce themselves, and then I'll introduce myself last, as I'll be the moderator for the session.
Hi everybody, my name is Sonal. Hi everybody, my name is Sonal Gyani, and I'm one of the NGO delegates representing the Asia and the Pacific region. Just for people who are not familiar, the seat is actually held by a NGO and a NGO representative on that particular seat. So I am representing the International Planned Parenthood Federation, and I'm one of the delegates. There are usually 2 delegates for each region because it's also rotating. So I share the seat with my colleague Midnight, who's from APCOM. He's not here, but he's very much part of the representation for Asia and the Pacific.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Xavier Biggs, and I am one of the 2 Latin America and Caribbean delegates. The other delegate for the region is Gaston Devisish, who is from Buenos Aires in Argentina, who is in a parallel session at the moment. The organization I represent on the PCV is the Jamaica AIDS Support for Life. And again, I'm from Kingston, Jamaica. Thanks for coming.
Hello, everyone. I am Martha Clara Nakato, and I'm also one of the delegates for African region. I am based in Uganda, and I work with the SRH Alliance Uganda. I also have a fellow colleague from Africa, Miles Mwasa, with the Zambia Network of Young People Living with HIV, who couldn't make it to the AIDS conference, but he is with you at heart. And it's also amazing to see that young people were part of these processes. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Alexei Lakhov. I am one of the 2 NGO Europe delegates. I am representing the Eurasian Harm Reduction Association, and my colleague Fionnuala Murphy, she is representing the Frontline AIDS. She is not available now, but I think that maybe she will join us a little bit later. Thank you.
And I'm Shaman Mohammed Jr. I'm the NGO delegate for North America, alongside Cecilia Chung, who couldn't be here today, who represents Transgender Law Society based in the US. So thank you everyone for those introductions. So test one. Oh, great. So next, I'd like everyone to learn a little bit more about our mission and how it influences our work and policy at UNAIDS in terms of our programs with examples. The NGO delegation plays a crucial role. It's actually something that's really rare in perspective of UN agencies, where NGOs have a seat at the board, a space to speak. This is a rare situation, and it's one that we don't take lightly. And I know the Secretariat and other members notice we don't take it lightly to ensure that we have a voice there. So I wanted to hand it to my other delegates and members, to Alexis, to explain a bit about some of our work, mostly starting first with our NGO report.
Yes, thank you very much. I will remain seated because the light is too bright for me. Yes, one of the most important documents that our delegation produces is NGO report. So we start working on it about April, I think, or even earlier. We hire a consultant who will do the outline of the work and who will help us with producing the decision points that are actually the main outcomes of this report. And then by December, we will have the full text that will be agreed upon by all the interested parties, so to speak. And then we present this report at the December PCB meeting. So this is a special place reserved for this report. We have a presentation. We have a short brief of this report. And also, then we go to discuss the decision points that are, as I have already said, the main outcomes of this report. And why is it important? For example, last year we had a report on HIV in humanitarian settings. And, you know, with all the crises going on in the world, like the war in Ukraine, for example, or the war in the Middle East and all the other military and natural disasters, conflicts that are happening around the globe, we needed to produce something. We needed to respond to it. That's why we decided to focus on people living with HIV and people affected by HIV during humanitarian emergencies. And we even produced the suggestion for the member states, you know, to include in their national programming some at least minimum package of interventions for people affected by this disease during humanitarian emergencies. And we saw the great engagement of, I think these were all member states who were really engaged into the discussions. All the co-sponsors of UNAIDS, even UNODC, for example, that is dealing with drugs, and all the other co-sponsors, they were actively engaged into this, into the discussions of the decision points, and even the so-called hostile member states who are always torpedoing our, initiatives and all the language and all the other stuff. They were on board, and I think that we managed to produce a really great report, and the work has already begun. The interagency task force on the update of guidelines for people living with HIV during humanitarian emergencies has been working, and a lot of other behind-the-scenes stuff has been happening. And this year, we will develop a report on the impact of anti-rights, anti-gender movements on the community-led responses. This is another crucial juncture, actually, in our work as a delegation, because there is so much shit, going around the world currently that we can't, we can't be left behind. That's why we will produce this report, and we hope that it will have a nice turnover of case studies, and of speakers. So yeah, I really sincerely hope that you will be able to engage, because very soon we will launch a call for applications for the case studies for this report. And it will be nice to show how we can actually counter these anti-rights and anti-gender movements around the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to pass it on to Sonal, NGO delegate of Asia Pacific, to continue about some decision points.
Yeah, I think just continuing off from what Alexei spoke about, this anti-gender movement and the report we are building on it. I think it's important to recognize that, elements of the anti-gender movement or this conversation is very much within UN spaces. And it's so important that a community voice is within this space to continue to protect a human rights framework. And I think UNAIDS is a standout. It's a brilliant thing that is one of the few agencies that has community on the board. So we have a voice at the table, and that's what matters. So for us, when we kind of go into this space, it has been very important to, one, of course, continue to preserve the rights that we have and push back against any kind of, diluting of our asks as a community. And one of these spaces, if you get to be a part of the NGO delegation that you get to engage in, is in the drafting process. This is essentially at our board meetings, if there is a document, collectively as a joint program, we have to agree on certain decisions based on a particular agenda point. So for example, I could give you an example. We had to make decision points around, the program and transgender identities. But what was happening in the room was a pushback of the word transgender itself. And so as an NGO delegation, we actually mobilized and pushed back against the rejection and rejected any kind of trans erasure in these spaces. And another recent example that I could give you is just recently in the board meeting, we had some conversations around HIV testing. And as an NGO delegation, we did want to speak about the need for decriminalization. And we made sure that in these positions, we do bring in this language. We bring in nuanced language around sexual reproductive health and rights. So what will happen to speak to you as a community is that you go into this space. It may feel very, one, biomedicalized, also a little, I will say, devoid of life. So you have to kind of, bring back the community in this space and kind of fight for the rights of the community. And it becomes really, really important to make sure that, human rights language is kind of retained, and we are very much kind of feeling the pushback in this space, right? Oh, back to you, Shaman.
We're going to hand it over to Martha, who's our NGO of Africa, to highlight about sustainability thematic.
So I will share more on why the engagement of communities is very important in this space. And also for me to really echo that our voices as communities in all our diversities are really critical. And that is why for us as a delegation, we are intentional to ensure that your voices, our voices, are represented in the decision-making processes of the UNAIDS Program Coordinating Board. Around the sustainability thematic segment that we had last month in the PCB, we know, you and I all know that there are a number of conversations that are happening globally around the need for sustainability, and also how different countries are now already on the way to create sustainability roadmaps. But the question for us to reflect on deeply would be, are countries ready? Are communities ready to really sustain the response? And these are some of the conversations that we were having in June. Our stand as a delegation was, in order for us to move forward, our vision of sustainability should be one that fronts communities. And it's also amazing to know that as we are here at the AIDS conference, the theme is clear: put people first. And we need to be able to define, what do we mean by putting people first, communities leading, and communities being at the center? It means that the future of the response should be intentional on really strengthening communities and ensuring that health systems that are able to reach communities are resilient enough, and they're able to ensure that no one is left behind. But also sustainability, the intentionality to ensure that inequalities, human rights barriers, or even other social and cultural constructions that leave people behind should not be part of this agenda. And that is also our stand as the delegation. In order to progress, people should be free. People should be able to access services without stigma, without discrimination, or without even fear of criminalization. And we still remain bold to say that HIV criminalization should not have any way in this agenda. So we would really want to re-echo more countries to decriminalize, and also to decriminalize populations that are at risk of getting infected with HIV. You know, like transgender persons, people involved in sex work, and also adolescent girls and young women who are really at the risk. We would also want to see more young people as part of this agenda. How are we ensuring that their voices, are amplified? How do we engage the voices of teenage girls, teenage mothers in this conversation? So as a delegation, we really look forward to a sustainability agenda that fronts people, that ensures that inequalities, injustices do not get in the way of our agenda to end AIDS as an epidemic, but also to end the new HIV infections. We remained optimistic that if countries step up to these commitments to crush these laws, to really make services more accessible, and also for them to own the response domestically, and also for donors who are really funding, not to just pull away and put countries in a space of, sustain your response, but to work with them towards that agenda that is sustainable enough for them to sustain their response in the long run.
Thank you so much, delegation. Next, we're going to move on to our future priorities. I'll hand this over to Xavier, who's the NGO delegate for Latin America and Caribbean. One thing to note about heading into this area, as any delegation, it's important for us to also have consensus. So recently before this, we headed into a strategic planning meeting, which was to ensure that we're aligned to you, civil society, and as well as an entity. So I'll hand it over to Xavier to go through what our future priorities.
Thank you so much, Shaman. And let me switch seats a bit. So as Shaman indicated, as a delegation, we had to make a decision. Every 2 years, a group of people are put together from different regions with different understandings, different interpretation of what it is that it will require for us as a collective to contribute to the PCB. And so one of the gaps we noticed was that we would only come together around about the PCB for a day or two. And so we made a strategic decision that we would come together in a separate event where what we would be focusing on at the time is our own strategic agenda by virtue of being a part of this PCB process. And of course, we were able to do that last week. And so this list of priorities that I'm about to mention is very, very new for us and what we intend on focusing on for the next 2 years. So I'll tell you what the 5 of them are, and then we could look at key areas very briefly on what we chose. So our first and number 1 priority, of course, is human rights and gender equality/equity. We thought that's important given the current context of anti-rights, anti-gender initiatives, and so we wanted to give our energy to that. Sustainability is a conversation we're having. There are conversations around adequacy of resources in the AIDS response, and so sustainability has historically looked at financial resources only, and so we wanted to expand the conversation around what does it mean programmatically, what does it mean for specific communities, what does it mean in terms of prioritizing interventions, etc. And so for us, we will spend some time looking at sustainability through those lenses. Of course, as a delegation, we represent communities, we represent regions, we represent agencies. And so our third priority is voice, representation, and meaningful engagement. We do not take lightly that when we come into this space, there is a much larger expectation of us to carry the issues of those we represent to this space who are not able to be in the space. And so we thought it important to focus our energies on that voice, representation, and meaningful engagement to ensure that we are consistently reflecting the voice of those we represent. Priority number 4 was children and youth. There was a conversation on whether children and youth would just be a cross-cutting priority across all the others, and it will be, but we decided to isolate it because when we look at the numbers, we understand that children are heavily impacted. We understand that new infections are predominantly among young people, and so we wanted to ensure that as a priority of the delegation, we would focus our energy there. Our 5th and final one for the 24 to 26 period is capacity strengthening. Now, again, because we come from communities and because we come from different regions, we come to the table with different experiences, and that's sometimes tough. You're thrown in a highly diplomatic space where you need to learn language, you need to learn a particular decorum, you need to learn, and all of that needs to happen in a very short space of time. In less than 6 months, you are on a delegation floor, you are making interventions on topics, there are tons of documents, etc., and it can seem like a daunting process. And so whilst we've always relied on each other for support, and we've learned how to do this well, there is need for capacity building at that level. And so ongoing engagement of member states and agencies and the Secretariat helps us to deliver on that more firmly. And so as a priority, again, I'll read them for you, over the next 2 years, we will focus on human rights and gender, sustainability, voice, representation, and meaningful engagement, children and youth, and of course, capacity strengthening of the delegation. Thank you.
So, thank you, Xavier. So, we've said a lot about what we stand for, what we're going to be focusing on for the future, but we're at an interesting time in the NGO delegation. We have term limits, and when these term limits hit, it means that there's a significant amount of seats that have become available. Before I highlight and let Sona go on to it, I want to let you know that each of you in this room has the opportunity and possibility to be that voice that becomes part of advocating and speaking for civil society globally. I'll hand it over to Sonal to add to that about the details.
Thank you, Shaman. Thank you so much. So we are looking for you. We know you are all the right candidates from civil society. We've been having some conversations around this for a long time. But again, for those who don't know, we currently have 5 openings. So one each for each of the regions, a seat on the NGO delegation. And so if you are interested, please apply. But just to clarify what that entails and what the requirement of that particular seat is, number 1 is that we are an NGO delegation. So you cannot be part, you can't, be part of a collective or just a support network. It has to be, an NGO one. Number 2, of course, we need you to be working with communities affected and living with HIV. So what we do is that the first call will come out in August. And essentially, we will be asking you for an expression of interest, detailing why do you think you want to be part of the PCB and what makes you a good fit. Along with that, we do need a few supporting documents. One is a supporting document from a local national organization supporting, your work. And the second piece is, again, a support letter from a regional network. So if you are from, say, a country in Nepal, you are from Nepal, a local organization from Nepal should be supporting you. That organization should also have some experience with working on, issues around HIV and AIDS. And secondly, you need to, like I said, then you need a South Asia level, like a regional network supporting you. Once your your application has been submitted, we sort of review it, and then there is a simple process where we kind of interview you to understand how well you are aligned with the priorities and how well you are aligned with in terms of just the kind of workload you have. Because this is a very kind of, it requires a lot of meaningful involvement being on this board. And so just upfront, I would like to let you know, sometimes this can be between 4 to 10 hours a week. That's the kind of time dedication we require. And also we need you to be present at the board meetings, and these board meetings happen twice a year, and then they can take almost a week to 10 days. So that kind of time commitment is required to be part of, the NGO delegation, its working groups, and the documents that it produces. So please look out for our call. It'll come out in August, and please do apply. We are here. If you have any questions about how this works, you can also just catch any of us at the conference and talk to us. Back to you, Shaman.
So I will hand it over for final comments about how the PCB will be, NGO delegation will be engaging with you and others. I'll let Martha take over.
So for the upcoming 55th PCB, we have 3 levels of engagement, and I would really, really want to request you to join us and see how you can meaningfully engage, because this is where we need your voices to really determine the future of the response and our future as communities. So we have the NGO report, which my colleague Lexi already mentioned about. And this is about us. This is about the anti-right movements. Please bring your A game, participate, ensure that your voice is included in this report. The second engagement is we will have the thematic segment on children and HIV. And we know that for the longest time, children have been left behind, and this is the time to bring back the conversation. We would want to again hear your voices on how you can participate in this thematic segment and also contribute to the report. And the last one is where the venue on where the PCB will be held. As a Ugandan woman and as an African woman, I am honored to invite you all to Kenya. And this is where we'll be hosting the 55th PCB. Karibuni sana.
Thank you so much. So that ends the formal part of our presentation. But we wanted to save the majority of the time to keep this interactive in terms of if there was questions that you may have for the delegation. These questions can either be as vague as you'd like them to be about how does it work, if we didn't go into detail, or specific points about some of our strategy, plans, or it could also be on recruitment and engagement. So if you do have any questions, we're here, and we have some mics that we could circulate so that those who are joining virtually can also hear.
Hi, I would like to ask how the NGO delegation guarantees that all the decisions that you bring to the table are actually discussed with the community that you represent.
Sure. Thanks so much. So essentially, we are kind of informed well in advance what is going to be discussed at the board meeting. And usually the thematic is something that would be very much concerning the communities. So what we do is that, one, of course, we do a call for a civil society advisory group. This is the one which kind of mainly informs us on the technical pieces, but also just before, the actual PCB happens, we have again a call where we call a larger open civil society meeting And those who are able to attend it and make it, we discuss with them that this is coming up and are there certain priority areas. The other thing that we do is, even at the PCB venue, we know that we have friends in NGO observers. So we make sure that we have like meetings with the group as well before the actual discussion is going to happen, the drafting processes happen. These like engagements really help us a lot because they really help us kind of identify very priority areas that we must stand for or protect, both. And also, when we are kind of discussing a very, I will say, a complex issue, it ends up happening that there are 2 days of discussion in the drafting process. So after the first day of discussion, again, we call in people and let them know this is what is happening. What we try to do as much as possible is to kind of lean in on the experience of the previous PCB members to help us through this process, because I'll tell you, it's not easy. It's complex and it takes a lot of learning. So these are the ways we kind of engage before going in. But other than that, we have to kind of rely that, we've been chosen to be representing a particular region for a reason. And so sometimes, even though something may not be discussed, you have to just rely on yourself to just protect rights. So then our priorities sort of help us. We have one thing in common, which is like we don't do no harm. So other than that, we push for as much as possible protecting rights.
Hi, thank you so much. I am Amrita, I'm from India, and your colleague Sonali is here. So Sonal knows me for years. I'm also part of your CSAG, the Civil Society Advisory Group. I was actually hearing, the recommendations, suggestions, as you have correctly talked about in terms of sustainability, in terms of human rights, in terms of meaningful engagement. All those were absolutely fine. But as a community member, while I was listening to my sister from Uganda, the thing was coming in my mind, the LGBT people are criminalized there, right? So I also work for Frontline AIDS. They are supporting us. We have partners in Uganda and other African countries. And we know even getting tested for HIV, any health-related problem for a LGBTIQ identified person is so difficult. So this is my humble and heartfelt suggestions to all of you, that this is not a problem for a particular community or for a particular region. It's a community problem. I think we are not criminal, right? So I think this should be on your list of the priority. I think how UN level can intervene in this process, that all the NGO delegates should have the voice, no, we are not criminal and you have to give us the access to medicine and basic services. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. As a delegation, one of the very difficult tasks we have is understanding that we exist in an environment where there are multiple challenges and there are multiple communities that we respond to, each with individual needs. And so when we come to the PCB space, we come with that burden of representation for bringing those conversations forward. The limitation that we, however, have within that space is that there are 2 things. One, the PCB has an agenda that we try to feed into, and what we do is ensure that representation within the context of that agenda is present. The other component is that what we do is when we're looking for ideas around thematics and around NGO reports, we try to zero in on those issues that would not get all the attention or we believe needs added effort. And so what I'll say is we are mindful of the many variations and the very challenges that we as community members face. We will prioritize them as best as we can. We try to ensure that our strategic planning meeting encompassed as many of them as we could, and where cross-cutting elements could be included, we did that as well. But we hear you, we appreciate your feedback. Thank you so very much.
And I just wanted to add to what Xavier has just said, that actually there is now a call for applications for the next thematic segments in 2025. So please go to the UNAIDS website and see the call for applications, and you can actually influence the topics of these thematic segments, and then you will be able to provide your case studies and also maybe to advise some speakers there. It's really critically important for you to be engaged in this process as well. Thank you very much.
So we still have time for any additional questions, comments, concerns. Is there anything from the online audience? Nope, nothing there yet. All right, so with that being said, what we will do is close this session, but we'll have the NGO delegates actually stay around for the next 30 minutes for any questions or other matters that you may want to discuss privately. The one last thing I wanted to remind everyone is to visit UNAIDS PCBNGO.org and consider applying or learning more or subscribing to our newsletter. This will keep you informed of our events, opportunities, and as well moments that you can get involved and be part of this global movement. As being someone who's from the global north, I think a lot of the concerns and the questions were about equality, and I think us as a delegation have done a really great job at at being our best to represent these matters that cross-cut across various populations, regardless of their geographic locations. I really want to thank you for coming to our session and engaging with us, and we thank you again for coming. Thanks.
Hi, everyone. We are going to start in 5 minutes. So please, you can start taking a seat and preparing for the next session. Yeah. Hello. I think we're ready to start our session. So if you could start taking a seat. I'm gonna call the speakers to come to the stage. And I'm also gonna get my glasses. Hey. I'm blind. my glasses very quickly. Hello. Hello. Okay, welcome everyone. We're ready for the session. I just want to make sure my speakers are here. Very good. May I kindly ask the people to sit down, please? Please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're about to start our session about youth-led monitoring and data. So I'm gonna ask you a big favor. This is an important space. We brought the young people, representatives from different countries and regions. Make sure you gave them the attention. Put away your phones. If you wanna take your phone, if you wanna call, you can use all of this space, but let's make sure that for the moment that they're speaking, we are here with them. Okay, so today's session is gonna be about youth-led monitoring. I know what you're thinking, data, numbers. It's not a very exciting session, but trust me, we have some wonderful young people that are gonna come here to show you that data is important, to talk about how data is important for advocating. And yeah, maybe they're gonna change your perspective about what data is. All right, so let me start with our first speaker. 1 second. All right, so we have today with us a beautiful panel of different people. I'm gonna start with Cyprian. So Cyprian is here from Tanzania. He is 26 years old and he's passionate about youth advocacy, has been doing a lot of work in the READY program. If you saw him today, he was walking around and leading the protest. Thank you, Cyprian, for that. We have a lot of people who couldn't be here today because their visas were denied. So if you're joining us virtually, we miss you. We made sure that people know that you are not here, not because you couldn't or you didn't want to, but because of your visas. And yeah, Cyprian is gonna tell us a little bit about the READY scorecard. So if you want to, Cyprian, I'm gonna make you a question and you can tell us a little bit more about the scorecard. Y Plus Global has been supporting the READY scorecard. So if you could tell us, what is the scorecard? How do you use it in your country? Yeah, let me pass you the mic.
Yeah, thank you so much for that good question. First and foremost, I'd like you all to know why we came up with that scorecard. I think you have got an idea nowadays, people are moving around with something that they say called community-led monitoring, but they cannot admit that they have also learned it from us because the READY scorecard was there before the community-led monitoring. And what we are doing under the READY Plus program, it is we were more faster than everyone was thinking about to monitor the services that is young people that we are receiving. So the READY scorecard is a tool that has been developed to support young people to be able to provide feedback on the services that they are receiving from the healthcare worker. And also after giving feedback from the health services that they are receiving, but also those young people, they sit together with the healthcare worker at the facility level to just come up with what we so-called quality improvement plan that helps us to just improve the service at the facility level. And the Ready to Care scorecard does not mean to be that much punitive, maybe for them, for the healthcare workers saying that to assess their work. No, we are not meaning that way. What we mean is like together we can identify the challenges and then we can inform them that these are the challenges that are coming from the young people, and then we sit on the same table to look for the solution on the challenge that we are experiencing. So the Ready to Care scorecard is implemented in all of the READY implementing areas that we're implementing READY in Tanzania, but it's at the facility, at the facility level, I mean at the health facility, where these young people, the community adolescent treatment supporter, they just get feedback from the recipient of care. They can fill it by themselves, but also sometimes they can be supported by the community adults and treatment supporters to fill those scorecards. But they are not filling on what they think themselves as the community adolescent treatment supporter. They do ask the recipient of service that they are saving, then those answers that are coming, they are filling in that tool. But if that young person is able to fill by himself or herself, he is also given that tool to fill himself or herself that tool. But what we do more is, like I said, we give power to young people to be able to monitor, but also to provide feedback on the service that they're receiving, and identifying the gap, and together sit with the healthcare worker to see how together we come up with the quality improvement plan to improve the service that we are receiving, so that every young person is attracted and we have young people receiving services, and all of them, they suppress their virus.
Thank you. Big applause for Cyprian. Thank you for sharing that. I think something very important that Cyprian was just talking about is just bringing all these different levels and different groups of people working together, right? Sometimes we do separate work. We know as young people what are our challenges. Healthcare workers know their challenges, but creating a tool that integrates both of them, it's really, really inspiring. And of course, being led by people, energetic people like Cyprian. Thank you so much. Big applause for you. Okay, we're gonna continue with our next speaker, Benicia. Yes. So, Benicia, if you could share with us a little bit about the Universal Periodic Review. You can stand up here.
First of all, thank you everyone for being here. So this is the Universal Periodic Review, not old, not new. But as we say, we are young people and we don't stop until we turn every stone apart. So Universal Periodic Review is a part of a review that gives you a platform to showcase the situations of people, especially based on human rights perspective, in the Universal Periodic Review member states. Irrespective of you being a member state part or no, you can report to this. This focuses on improving human rights, ensuring accountability treatments of all countries. As we were working by the Pact, being a global organization of 152 young organizations, we took this as a tool to voice out for the youth. So as Pact, what did we do with the old and new perspective that came in with the young people? We trained the youth-led organization on the UPR process, because UPR process itself is a very complicated process when you see and you have no knowledge about it. So then we thought, why not build on capacities to make young people report to a platform that's already existing? That was the main focus when it started. Then supporting on the submissions as the submissions are tedious and could be hindered by lack of knowledge. We did support all the young youth-led organizations that were part of these consultations to support these reports, and then facilitated the national level advocacy. Now, it is mostly seen after a consultation, we normally do not see results. We do not implement those outcomes or expectations that we want in our country. I do not understand whether it is that the young person is not taken seriously or we do not have the resources. So that's what we came into, where initially we brought up a step-down training so that they understand UPR. Post-UPR, once the submission was done, we made it accountable that we see the progress of about 1 to 2 years in the country. If there was no progress, then there was post-UPR engagement done so that the voice of young people could be put on another platform so that the stakeholders could be made accountable. Next slide, please. So we have covered a numerous number of countries, and they are 10 in number. However, the process goes as follows. That's a step-down training, number 1. Number 2, there is a compact study of legal policy framework because we are making the governance accountable or the stakeholders accountable, followed by which we have recommendations given by the other states in the prior years of UPR cycle. As we know, UPR has a gap where implementation or acceptation doesn't mean that it will be implemented in the country. That's the reason then we then again focus on the areas where youth were needed to be focused. And since PACT is an organization working in the space of HIV, SRHR, we brought in the perspective of HIV, which was long lost, and then we had a number of HIV suggestions and recommendations that went from the reviewing country as youth response from each of these countries. Next slide, please. So these are partners. We did this work in collaboration with SRI, HF, and UNAIDS, followed by these are the organizations which worked in partnership with numerous organizations from the grassroots level, from the rural section and the areas where it was not possible. And these are the countries that we covered. It also took into account where we had leadership arising from our capacitated organizations, which then went to implementation of UPR in countries like Botswana. Next slide, please. So the post-UPR engagement was now currently done last year in Pakistan and India as they were reviewed in the prior 51 cycle. And we brought in the gaps that was formation of a youth-led network, where we had a formation of a youth-led network in India. We had capacity blockages or gaps seen majorly in Pakistan, especially rural Pakistan, in the space of SRHR, which was then filled by capacity building. This is one slot, and we had batches. So we had capacity building trainings provided to them on ground in the rural settings itself. So now the next steps for the PACT that we see is capacity building at the global level. We do have global webinars that we have so that youth who are associated with the reviewing state can take the capacity and then submit their submissions across. Post-UPR involvement, as you see, we have involved with 10 countries, but however, we have been able to only build in OCPIN the gaps for 2 countries. So that's our next focus. Country-level advocacies and roadmaps, because we do not see that without strategy, any change can be made. Hence, we work on strategic planning so that we can assist technically and whichever way possible so that the change could be done, and strengthening accountability mechanisms where we make the stakeholders accountable for what they have said. Thank you.
Thank you, Benicia, for that. It looks like a lot of work, I have to say. Congratulations. I think that something that caught my attention from what you were saying, Benicia, is just the importance of monitoring and accountability, right? Sometimes we have great ideas, we bring them into the action, but then monitoring and the continuation of work that you have it done, not only on national level, but also seeing how we can scale up those initiatives into a global level are very important. I also realized I didn't properly introduce you. So Benicia comes from the beautiful beaches from Goa, India, and she has a master's in biochemistry and a heart full of passion. So thank you, Benicia, for that. And I'm going to introduce you to our next speakers, Janet. So Janet is an SRHR champion. She has been working with marginalized children and young people, and she's going to tell us a little bit more about her communities in Zimbabwe. So please, let's have a clap for Janet. Thank you. Janet, so could you tell us a little bit more about how the CLM in partnership with Zimbabwe has been implementing some of these youth-led monitoring tools? Thank you.
Of course. Thank you so much, and hi, everyone. So from Zimbabwe, community-led monitoring has been one of the biggest projects where we're glad to say that, again, it's community-led. It's also inclusive of different organizations. So we have, I think, about 8, if not 9 organizations that are youth-led or for youth. And these organizations are either in a consortium or are also standing alone while receiving funding from UNAIDS at the moment. And then, so key indicators for young people as we're collecting this data. We are also looking at collecting data that is looking on access to treatment and also prevention. There's questions like the friendliness of the sisters in charge or of the healthcare workers at the facility. If we then find out that this facility does not have friendly healthcare workers, more or less the same as the Ready scorecard, then we then use this as an advocacy issue. We raise it up with the health center committees that are there, and then we have a discussion on how we can be able to then change this. And if that's not it, then we have the community also to come in and also have capacity building for the sisters in charge at the facility. Also working with the district managers, these are from the Ministry of Health as well. The key barriers to this work that we're doing, mostly it's about stigma and discrimination. You have young people that are coming into the clinic through the READY program within the consortium that we're in READY. We have an organization called Jandiri that has CATS program. So within the CATS program, we've also then made sure that the young people have adolescent safe spaces, but not always in rural areas, for example. Some rural areas don't have this, so you have young people who are still queuing with adults. So through community-led monitoring, we're trying to then also recreate what the READY program has also done or achieved by also separating and having youth-friendly spaces for adolescents and young people. And then we also have issues to do with failure to properly access prevention methods. And I mean, there's a knowledge gap or a treatment literacy within the young people as well. So we've picked up that through the community-led monitoring tools that we're using to then also then able to address those issues. It's a work in progress. I mean, currently now, we say CLM is not a watchdog, but there's a lot of people that really feel like it's a fault-finding mission, where you have the community then thinking that because they said we're monitoring, the word monitoring itself, people on the health center committee will then start monitoring the facility, how the clinics are running things, and not really having to adjust to say, okay, this is our clinic. Our lab services are not working. How can we as a community be able to contribute so that our lab services start working? Who do we talk to? So most people who are looking at it as a fault-finding mission will then start saying, the Ministry of Health is not doing its work, our lab facilities are not working, so that's it. Not knowing that they as a community can also contribute to that particular facility. They're not much, well, within the district itself, we're able to then escalate the issues and have them quickly resolved. But the higher we go on the levels of advocacy and authority, the more difficult it becomes for the communities to be able to then advocate because of the barriers that are there and the issues of having someone who's able to then reach out. For example, if you're going to the provincial level, you need someone who's of at the same level in terms of management to then be able to reach out. So us as young people, yes, we can reach out, but it's difficult to be heard in those spaces. And the more we go up to the national spaces, the narrower the the opportunities are for us to be able to then also push our advocacy agendas as we go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Annette. I think it's very brave what you are doing, and it requires a lot of also of energy and knowledge. I think important is to think how we are engaging young people, and I love how you said it's a work in progress, right? And I think for us as young people is doing and learning and seeing how we can improve and recognizing the challenges that we have. And I think that's a great work that you've been doing. You know your challenges, and I think that's part of the whole process of coming up and improving the tools that we are developing. So thank you for that. I'm gonna now give the microphone to our last speaker. She is a programs officer in Kyrgyzstan, and she has been working with SRHR and also Safe Abortion. You have been doing a lot in your work in your country. I was just having a conversation before with Aida, and I'm like, I'm very curious about your country. We hear about Kyrgyzstan, but I don't know how much I know about this country. So the floor is yours. You can tell us a little bit about the Uproot scorecard.
So, hi everybody. Let me make some presentation, some results of implementing of scorecards in my country. My country is not so famous, maybe unfamiliar for you, because I am representing the Central Asia country. Thank you very much for provided brilliant opportunity in making some deeply analysis in our country, especially in diagnostic and screening of situation analysis regarding the integration issues of SRHR and HIV. So we conducted this assessment survey in 2002 after the COVID. And during the implementation of this tool, we tried to considering 5 main directions, and maybe in the next slide I will present the results of scorecard at the national level. And our country, it was the first country who had already opportunity and chance to make deeply making sense and analysis among the youth program and the relation with the maybe access to the services and how these programs can be integrated internally in our country. So you see here the results. I can say that this is not good and this is not best score for us, but we are at the stage of maybe middle score. If you see, we have different scores at each levels. So next slide, please. At the laws and policy level, we occurred some challenges and some gaps. And I have to say that, of course, in general, we have a harmonized maybe environment in getting some services in our country. But we also have some problems with the lack of mechanisms or regulatory acts, and so shrinking spaces for getting such services. Of course, our law allows to getting services for young people who are already getting the 18 years. But what about the teenagers, adolescents who are not getting the 18 years? And of course, in this case, they have a lot of barriers and challenges to getting such services. Also, I have to say that we have huge problem with the provision of comprehensive sexual education. At the level of education level, it is just only in fragmented manner. Next, and this already developed manual should be revised, and it's really requires significant updates. And adolescents living with HIV have really low awareness about their rights and some barriers related with the legislative framework. Next slide, please. At the level of participation, we made some acute related with the, each country within the framework of Global Fund is implementing or working actively as a part of CCM members. But in this case, unfortunately, we have some problems related with when the adults patented their role at the CCM members. And thanks for this, our making analysis, we tried to achieve that our youth voices should be heard at this high level of national level of the country. And since 2013, representatives of youth already was included in the CCM part. Also, youth organizations who are working with HIV issues have some lack of consolidated response to HIV. For example, we have a lot of different kinds of organizations who are prefer maybe to acting or making some activities separately, but not considering the SRHR issues together with the HIV. In this case, we think and we believe that all these organizations have to include into the agenda, except of HIV, also SRHR issues. So next slide. At the level of partnership, collaboration with the youth organization is intensified by the coded data. Of course, the youth organizations recorded that in most of cases, the activities is fragmented, and only some organization can invite them to make some maybe campaigns, maybe some activities dedicated to these accord dates. And there is effective cooperation between the civil society organization and aid centers and youth initiatives in the country, but not participants noted that there are a gap in cooperation with the private sector and academic community. At the level of beneficiaries, we can say that, of course, adolescents and youth should continue working on harmonizing of legislation and process to create the tolerant society, not only towards youth from key population groups, but also towards all youth, where the anti-discrimination legislation norms will be reflected in various regulatory acts. And of course, we have to highlight that there is a need for comprehensive assistance based on the one-stop shop principle with the involvement of friendly doctors. Most of adolescents and youth reported that in each region, maybe they can get access to the HIV services, but in some cases they need these services is divided into maybe internal some services, and their wishes was it would be good if in the country will be available one-stop services. And at the stage of leaders, we can say that the lack of capacity to participate in complicated decision-making mechanisms where the voices are heard. And for the sustainability of activities of this youth organization, of course, it should be funding for the supporting of youth activities at the national country level. And at the advocacy level, we achieved such as results. And the first results was related, as I mentioned before, young people were already reflected in the part of the CCM members. And we tried to develop a roadmap on further implementation of national mechanism where the youth voice will have some significant maybe place and role at the country level. And our youth organization established the coalition of youth organizations where they made some appeals, maybe resolution for the key decision makers. We are also obliged, maybe made some commitments, further support. There's some maybe activities related with the access of SRHR and HIV services. So I have finished.
Thank you, Aida. Thank you so much for wrapping up all the amazing work that you have done. I think that Aida has also touched a very important point on partnerships. We all have seen amazing examples of a great work when we do partnerships when implementing these tools. So we've been doing a lot of information and talking, but now we would like to hear from you. Do you have any questions, comments on what our panelists just presented? I'm just gonna give 2 very quick minutes for the questions. Yes, Joyce, can you jump up?
Great, thank you very much, Gabi. Thanks everyone for the beautiful models that you have shared. I think my question is, having heard from, I know a little bit more about the Ready to Care scorecard and of course the community-led monitoring that Janet was talking about. But my question, 2 questions. Number 1 is, how do you see the synergies between the work that you're all doing, and at what point do you all get to, work together? I think the greatest challenge now is that you're in different geographical settings. And the second one is that community-led monitoring that you've all likened your models to is a cycle. There is the data collection, there is the feedback, the reporting, there is the analysis, and of course there is the resolution of the issues that you have raised. Do you follow these models? If so, who is supporting this, or how are you supporting this? If not, what else can we do to support it? Thank you.
Thank you, Joyce. You made 2 questions. We probably need another panel discussion on that. So I don't know who wants to respond to the questions. Maybe we do 1 question here and the second question here. Yeah? And if it's not clear, we can ask Joyce again to explain it.
Yeah, Joyce, she has been bumping us, so big questions, the harder questions. But I will just want to respond maybe 1. Maybe I will not be responding or whatever. I just want to give an example. Leveraging to the experience that we have got on the Ready to Care scorecard and what they have learned from us and do it in community-led monitoring in Tanzania, it has come to a point that us as a network of youth living with HIV in Tanzania, the NYP+, we were contracted or reached out by UNAID saying that we are going to have youth-led monitoring to monitor the HIV in 1 councils, but we'd love to learn from what you have done, and then we give you some portion of money. You can do it and help us. And what I'm confident saying here, that the work is still underway. As a network of youth living with HIV, have been given that contract with UNAID, leveraging on the experience that we have got under the Ready, and the work is underway. We have already done a lot of those kind of sessions. So we do monitor those services. We do influence decisions in whatever they're deciding money for the CLOM. And for the good information that you have, the Global Fund was also supported the CLOM at the country level. But the conversation is still underway, seeing that we as a young people, with the model that we came from the Ready, we are getting in to influence them, to make sure that they are doing things based on our own preferences, and the learning that I've got from the Ready Plus programs and the other programs that we're implementing. So we do monitor, and we do get feedback. And it has reached a point that at the country level, we are influencing that the CRM, because we have the Global Fund CRM, the UNAID CRM, the PEPFAR CRM, we want to have a centralized CLM that speaks to all of us as young people. So all of this conversation, we have been at the forefront saying that this is what we want. But as I said earlier, they cannot admit it, or wherever they admit it, but whatever we are bringing on board is the experience that we have learned from Ready. And because Ready is beyond, is cross-border, it's a cross-border project. Sometimes we go to hear from what is happening maybe in Angola, maybe in Malawi. We take the same experience on board, influence decisions, and they do understand. But they cannot take all of it, but definitely we are confident to say that they are copying with what we want them to just do slowly, but not that consistency. So I'm confident saying that Lady has done something in Tanzania, and they admit it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Cyprian. I think, Joyce, you got a really cheerful response from the program that you're leading. You should be very proud. Okay, do you want to respond to the second question? Yeah, very quick.
All right, so my quick response would be to say that we do have opportunities for harmonization of the efforts. It's just a matter of having the funders be able to then just come together and accept that what Ready is doing is the same, almost the same as CLM, and how can we harmonize these efforts? Because there's geographical areas that are not being covered, that are being covered by Ready, but are not being covered by community-led monitoring. How can we be able to then harmonize that to become one, and also accept that as a view that we're doing? And I think also the other response that I would give is to also have more funding. For example, we need to be able to have the community health advocates be trained, so they also have access to advocacy trainings that the READY program is giving, that this community-led monitoring is not giving. And also during the cycle, so that we can be able to also have access to the leadership at any level of decision making, because currently we only have access to the districts and not always across board. So we can be able to also even speak to the policy makers so they can accept us and also find it not as a fault-finding mission, but a mission so that we can be able to bring our hands together and make sure that our service delivery is at par, and it's very good for everyone who's accessing the services. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we'll be, I think, wrapping up for today. I think the takeaways, and thank you for the amazing speakers and all the work that you do, is to understand that data collection is not only about collecting information, but also here we can see examples on how we're using data to empower and do advocacy work. It's a work in progress. And I like the point of saying we need more funding to expand the work that we're doing. So thank you, everyone. And I wish you all a really good conference. If you want to learn more about it, you can just get to the speakers. Thank you.
microphones, don't touch because they are. This one you can use. Hi, Yvonne. Oh my Jesus!
everyone. This session is about to begin. So please come, have a seat, and we can talk about sexual education. Woo! Yes, we're starting at 4:50 and everybody gets 15 minutes. Right. We're starting our session in 5 minutes. Please sit down. Hi, I'm good. Okay, great. Nice to meet you. Yes. Good. Sure. Yeah.
If you can ask people to, give feedback after the session.
Sure.
They can use QR code, scan the QR code.
Okay.
I don't know if you want to do it at the beginning or at the end.
I'll just do it at the beginning. But you'll put it up right now?
Yeah, I can put it.
Okay, perfect. It depends if you want to present there or here.
I'm going to probably be in the podium.
Okay, so you just wait for me to finish and then you
Perfect. Love it.
Okay, that's fine.
Otherwise, you're going to start late.
Okay. Yvonne.
Very cool. I'm very excited to hear about the sex squad.
Yes, thank you. Want to throw somebody else? Or we can... We can all do a little.
Everyone can do a little jig.
Come on. Oh, you have other squad members. I love this.
Yeah,
I
the
love
game is
this.
support. That's my girl.
There's gonna be a little dance, right? Someone's gonna get thrown. Someone's gonna get tossed in the air and spun around. Yes, yeah, I will. Okay, I'll mention that in the beginning, actually. And do you know where Andre is? Okay, does he want to sit? Come up. Hi, Yvonne. Nice to meet you. How do you pronounce your last name? Pastoru. Okay, I will probably say it wrong, so please reintroduce yourself when you get up here. No, it's fine. Have a seat. We'll get ready soon. Get started soon. Yeah, go ahead. One minute warning. We'll be starting in 1 minute. Please take a seat to learn about comprehensive sex ed around the world. Yay! Hi, Hannah. Yes, please. Have a seat. You guys all fit? Do you guys want to scoot over a little bit so Yana's not behind the podium? Sorry. It's a bit, yeah. We cannot change, yeah? No, so you can, I think it's just as long as you're, is that okay? Oh, okay, so you have to go back. Sorry. So maybe Yana, you can sit there? You have to scoot back. Yeah, yeah, perfect. So yeah, Andre, you can sit there. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, our back. Okay, I think so. Just didn't want anybody sitting right behind the podium.
No, I understand.
Okay, everybody, let's get started. So welcome to our session. We'll be looking at beyond classrooms to youth-driven global comprehensive sexual education initiatives and interventions. We've got a great roster of speakers talking about their initiatives. My name is Dr. Yvonne Su. I am the head of research for an organization called Let's Stop AIDS. We're running the youth force right behind you. And we have started since 2004. We've been providing great education for youth on comprehensive sex ed, STIs, HIV. It's our 20-year anniversary this year, and we're having a big celebration in Toronto. If all of you want to come in October, you're welcome. So let's get started. We have a variety of speakers with us, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to be giving their bios one by one as they come up, but it's really important for us to note that one of our speakers, Kimberly Gilbert, she was not able to come because of visa refusal. Of course, there was a protest earlier. There's a lot of shame regarding this. This shouldn't be happening again and again. So it's important for us to read her bio. She really wished she was here. So Kimberly has been dedicated to working on sexual and reproductive health and rights since the age of 19. At this time, she was trained and worked as a behavioral change communication educator with PSI Caribbean for 8 years. So really sorry that Kimberly can't be here. We have 4 speakers. We're going to go one by one. They have 15 minutes. I'm going to be really annoying and set a timer, so they only have their 15 minutes. Then I'm going to cut them off. And then move on to the next one. We're going to have question and answers at the end, so please keep them till the end, and we'll come to you. We're really looking forward to a really diverse, interesting conversation. So our first speaker, Sylvain Siguet, over here, has over 6 years of experience in international development, primarily with UNESCO, focusing on education for health and well-being, diversity, inclusion, gender, sexual and reproductive health rights, human rights, youth policies, and sustainable development. Currently, Sylvain is an associate program specialist in UNESCO's health and education team. Please give him a round of applause. 15 minutes.
Right. Thank you, Yvonne, and hello, everyone. So I know this session is focusing mainly on out-of-school comprehensive sexuality education, but I'm representing UNESCO, and one of our mandates is on education, of course, and on school-based programs. So I'm mainly going to talk about comprehensive sexuality education happening in the classroom. So UNESCO is the UN agency responsible for monitoring the Sustainable Development Goal 4, which is focusing on education. And this SDG 4 says that all learners should have the right to inclusive and equitable quality education. So that means that the curriculum should act as both a mirror and a window, enabling learners to see themselves reflected, but also granting them access to other experiences than their own. And this is true for comprehensive sexuality education as any other discipline. But can we really say that CSE school-based programs are truly inclusive for all learners in their diversity? This is the question we had at UNESCO, and we conducted research. So I'm going to present today a report focusing on LGBTI inclusive comprehensive sexuality education. So to give you a little bit of background, in 2021, if I can have the next slide, please. In 2021, we produced a report called The Journey Towards Comprehensive Sexuality Education that you can see here on screen with other UN agencies, including UNFPA. And this document is a global status report on comprehensive sexuality education worldwide. It showed us that globally, progress has been made by many countries in developing good quality comprehensive sexuality education, but some gaps remain. In particular, there's still a lack of breadth of content in CSE curricula pertaining to the needs, to the rights, and to the experiences of learners identifying as LGBTIQ+. So to fill in those gaps, with the generous support of the government from the Netherlands, in 2022, we launched a research piece that had 3 objectives. If I can have the next slide, please. So the first objective of this research was to identify and document countries where LGBTIQ plus inclusive education, sexuality education is being developed or delivered through formal school-based programs. The second objective was to highlight different ways in which CSE programs are including factual, respectful, and non-stigmatizing information on SOGI. And the third was to analyze the factors that contribute to or hinder success. So we've conducted a mixed method to do this research. We had various interviews with key informants, with diverse with diverse actors, people sitting in ministries of education, people from civil society groups, academia, and other UN colleagues as well. And we also conducted a technical meeting in Cape Town in 2022 with a diverse array of speakers and actors working on LGBTIQ rights and on CSC. So with this methodology, we also implemented and created a new conceptual framework to assess the degree of inclusiveness of CSC curricula around the world. So you have here on screen the conceptual framework. So basically, we've tried to assess CSC curricula through three lenses. The first is called SOGI Protective. CSC curricula that fall into this category normally should include discussions around equality, equal respect of the human rights of LGBTIQ plus people, and also they should talk about the prevention, the response to all forms of discrimination in educational settings based on sexual orientation, gender identity, and or expression. The second category is called SOGI Sensitive. So with this category, the CSC curricula that fall into this category make SOGI visible. So basically, they should contain content related to sexuality and gender. They should include and promote discussions around gender norms and how SOGI are treated in these norms, as well as how norms should be challenged when harmful. And the third category is called SOGI Transformative. So in this category, CSC curricula that fall into this category make non-conventional SOGI as normalized. So basically, CSC curricula that fall into this category would talk, for example, about diverse family types. So it's really like the third degree of inclusiveness, the most progressive, basically. So today, I cannot present all the case studies that are contained in this report, but I just wanted to highlight some of the findings we discovered. So first, and this is no surprise to any of you, I'm sure, we know that pervasive stigma, discrimination, bullying, and violence based on sexual orientation, gender identity and expression is still pervasive in all educational settings in the world. And this has significant effects on LGBTIQ learners' mental health and also in their academic results and so on and so forth. So UNESCO has richly documented this in many reports, and one of the most recent ones is called Don't Look Away. It's been produced by UNESCO in 2021, and it contains like a lot of data from many countries on SOGI-based discrimination in schools, if you want to look at it. One of the other findings we had is that CSC, inclusive CSC, is beneficial for all learners in all their diversity. The report shows that in countries where inclusive CSC is present, there is less discrimination and violence in schools based on SOGI. So for example, the report shows that a study conducted by the Stonewall organization from 2017 that shows that over 3,700 LGBTIQ pupils aged 11 to 19 across Britain found that in schools where pupils were taught about SOGI issues, LGBTIQ plus pupils were less likely to experience homophobic, biphobic, or transphobic bullying, and more likely to experience and more likely to feel at ease at school. The third finding is that despite the many ongoing gaps and shortcomings, there is growing evidence of progress on SOGI inclusion in CSC, but progress is not linear, and it cannot be taken for granted. So they must be defended, governments must defend it if they are to survive, for example, changes of government, shifts in prevailing ideology, or like all the oppositions we are facing from the anti-gender movements. So to do so, the report recommends, for example, broad coalitions formed between government actors and also civil society organizations. And the report contains one good case study from Cambodia, for example, that shows that the cooperation between civil society and the government in Cambodia has really helped to ensure that inclusive CSC curricula will be a sustainable reality in this country. The fourth finding is that, of course, to be able to implement good quality CSC in the classroom and inclusive CSC in the classroom, we need good pre- and in-service teacher training. And in the report, you will see that one of the countries that has ensured that we've got good pre- and in-service teacher training on inclusive CSC is Sweden. So I invite you to also look at this case study, which is present in the report. And finally, in order to ensure that inclusive CSC is a reality in our countries, we need good quality monitoring of CSC programs. And one of the great examples we have in the world in terms of monitoring the quality of CSC is Argentina so far. So in Argentina, there is an institute which is El Observatorio, which is monitoring the quality of CSC in that country. And it ensures that CSC remain inclusive also for LGBTIQ learners. So moving forward, you will see if you look at the report that we've got key recommendations targeting a diverse array of stakeholders, ranging from policymakers, civil society, organizations, teachers, and also like the leadership in school, as well as learners. And so I just invite you to look at this report, look at the country case studies, and also the recommendations that are inserted in this report. And for this, you can scan the QR code that is present here on screen to look at the highlights report, and we'll have also soon the full report available online. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvan. It's only 10 minutes, so we have extra time, which Shriha, our next speaker, is keen to use. She's already warned me. She's kept her presentation 10 minutes, so she's got time for your questions immediately. Shriha is an advocate for sexual health and education. As a proud former Sex Squad member, program manager, and the youth sex educator at UCLA Art and Global Health Center, Shriha is the creator of @SexEDU, so SexEDU at TikTok. She'll explain, where her engagement content has amassed over 150,000 followers. She is currently a first-year medical student at the George Washington School of Health and Medicine Sciences in Washington, D.C. Come on up. So we're gonna let her use this mic, and then we'll see how it works. Do you want to get down? Sure. This works, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it works.
Okay, sure. Then you can just use that mic. Okay, sorry.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for being here and for listening to me. My name is Shriha Srinivasan, and I'm so proud to be here representing the University of California, Los Angeles, or UCLA's Art and Global Health Center. However, before I really get into it, I'd love to give you a taste of what Sex Squad can really be like. Maya, could you please give me a hand? So, when I do this song, I always ask our high schoolers, are you ready to hear the consent song? That sounds like an enthusiastic yes to me. Consent is the name of the game where you ask for voluntary permission, but consent's so much more than some lame, never changing act or condition. You see, you gotta keep the talking going to get those consent juices flowing. Some people say it's really awkward, but I strongly disagree. Here are some helpful phrases to keep consent raunchy. Do you wanna do it after class? Can I taste your sweet nectar? Do you wanna try whipped cream or anal sex, etc.? Can we travel down south? You ever fantasized about me pulling your hair? Do you like it there now? See, it's easy to be safe like me. Consent's not only safe, but also sexy. So if you got a partner and you wanna have some fun, here are some other funky phrases to get the funky job done. Do you wanna give it a go? You want it fast or slow? Now does this really, really, really turn you on? Do you have time for a quickie? Can I give you a hickey? Do you want me to put a condom on? See, with this kind of trick, there is no problemo. These phrases of consent are not oh so lame-o. So if you want to be safe and also sexy like me, use these phrases of consent and you'll be safe and sexy. Thank you all so much, and thank you, Maya, for the handoff. I hope that got you really excited about what Sex Squad is all about, because I am so proud of the work that we do. So to introduce myself, my name is Shriha. I use she, her pronouns like Yvonne so lovely introduced me. I am a former UCLA cast member, the ADHD program manager and youth sex educator, and I am an incoming medical school student in the United States. So to really get into what Sex Squad is all about, I feel like I have to tell you the context of how Sex Squad came to be. At UCLA, back in 2009, South African arts activist, or artivist as we like to call them, Peter Dirk Ace visited and gave us a workshop. And he used performance art, humor, and storytelling to make light of the taboos surrounding HIV and AIDS. Over time, this workshop developed into the AIDS performance team at UCLA, which eventually morphed into the UCLA Sex Squad that we know and love today. So, this is exactly what I saw when I was a UCLA student looking for classes to really graduate. And I mean, at first glance, it looks pretty normal. It could be an English class or a biology class, but there's one really weird thing about it. The word sex is in the class description. Actually, it's in the class name. So that really caught my eye, and I thought, okay, that's something that I want to be a part of. Let me see what's up. And so I show up the first day, and I meet 11 other college-age peers who have also signed up for this class, and none of us know what we're about to get ourselves into. The teaching team immediately gives us the premise of the class. It's simple, and it changes very little year per year. They told us, create a performance-based show focused on sexual health themes for Los Angeles Unified School District high school students. Over the next 10 weeks, starting in January, we gained a background knowledge in sex education. We met with Los Angeles Unified High School District students to explore their questions and needs and compare them with the questions and needs we had when we were 15 years old. And we began using our various talents to create a show. Some of us were great at improv, others at dramatic acting. I like to think that I was really fantastic at the ukulele. But perhaps more importantly, we used our own stories and we shared them with each other. We learned to infuse them with humor, with the intent of relating to and thus reaching our high school audiences. Each segment of our show utilized different methods of performance art, such as monologues, raps, dance, forum theater, and more. And they all covered various topics, such as consent, contraceptives, self-identity, relationships, and STIs. After those 10 weeks, beginning in January, the high school students begin to arrive. These teenagers, these 9th and 10th graders, we had around 90 of them come in each show. And over the course of those 10 weeks during our spring, we performed for almost 2,000 high school students. They come from LAUSD, or the Los Angeles Unified School District, which is the largest public school district in the United States. Like I said, our shows are multimedia. We have live songs, monologues, improvs, but we also have videos, which means that I get to share another piece of Sex Squad here with you today. Here's a taste of what our show material is like. In this case, showing students the 10 steps to put on a condom.
How to use a condom? I got you. Ask for consent. Yes! Check the date! And pillow test. Stand on the side! With your hands, not your teeth!
Take it out of the package.
It's him. Roll it all the way down! Have sex. Hold it at the base and pull out. Tie it in a knot and no spilling. Throw it away in the trash.
Woo, let's give Maya a little round of applause. So that is one segment of our show this past year, and our shows are 30 to 35 minutes long, but the high school students come in for about a half day of programming. You see, our sexual health shows are also accompanied by a question and answer and a tour of the UCLA campus. The Q&A gives high school students a platform to ask questions to a slightly older peer rather than perhaps a teacher, administrator, or a parent. The questions are sometimes surprising, but they are often consistent across shows. They are often about their bodies, their relationships, sex, sexuality, and so much more. And then we have the UCLA campus tour. The tour guides are college students who also receive college credit. You might be wondering,
How to use a condom?
why does a sex education show also have a college tour? The tour guides show these high school students, 90% of whom are students of color, that they too belong on a college campus and that they too deserve access to higher education. So now that you've been introduced to exactly what Sex Squad is, I want to distill Sex Squad into why we at UCLA believe that it works. After all, it's been done successfully not just at UCLA, but at other universities in the United States and at the high school level, with high school students creating sex squads that they then perform to their own high school peers. The core facets of Sex Squad are as follows. Number one, humor. Sex Squad is funny. Students, teachers, and parents alike laugh, which breaks the ice on otherwise stigmatized topics. Sex is supposed to be fun. Why should talking about sex or learning about sex be boring? As some more examples, in addition to the consent song and the condom steps video, Sex Squad has featured performers screaming the 6 fluids that transmit HIV at the top of their lungs in a choir format, parading in a fashion show as different contraceptive options, and learning how to put a condom on by the Condom Fairy. Sex Squad performers also dig deep to create and share true narratives of their own experiences, navigating consent, sexuality, and relationships as they pertain to romantic and sexual partners, friends, parents, and themselves. Which brings me to number 2, stories. Each cast, year after year, is different, and thus, no 2 Sex Squad shows are the same, though our content often lives on in the digital sphere through our website full of videos and accompanying educational materials. The stories that we share as cast members require vulnerability, and thus they translate to relatability when it comes to our students. When I was a cast member, I performed a piece about my experience navigating my right to pleasure as a religious teen from an immigrant household, which helped make me relatable to the students in our audience that were going through the same. And I will never forget one of my fellow cast members disclosing his HIV status for the first time publicly using his Sex Squad monologue. His story served to destigmatize HIV to our youth audiences, build empathy for individuals living with HIV, and to make students living with HIV feel less alone. And number 3, but definitely not last but least, Sex Squad is education for students, by students. It's peer education. Our research has found that high school students feel more comfortable engaging with material when it is presented by their slightly older peers, and they retain the information better when they relate to it. And perhaps, as you may have already surmised, the kicker of this whole thing is that our high school audiences are not the only targets of this sex education initiative. Only when I joined the AGHC team the next year after being a cast member as an educator did I realize that I had been a target of the Sex Squad initiative as well. When our college-age performers gain a sex education background and learn communication, theater, and storytelling skills, and when they perform their show, they too are gaining sex education knowledge and skills that they can utilize in their own lives and share with their circles. I want to leave you with this. Sex Squad has taught me that when we laugh, when we share, and when we put power in the hands of youth, we see results. I encourage you to use your own comprehensive sex education projects and infuse them with laughter, stories, and youth perspective. I will be sticking around after this presentation and look forward to connecting with all of you, for we are always looking for collaborators at the Art and Global Health Center. And if you're interested, please come talk to me and my team about starting a Sex Squad at your own school. Finally, I'd like to thank the Munich Youth Task Force and Teenergizer for the invitation to speak today. I'd like to thank the entirety of the UCLA Art and Global Health Center for the work they do, including David, Isaiah, Wilna, Maya, Sophia, and Laurel. Thank you for listening, and in the spirit of Sex Squad, I'd love to open the floor for a Q&A.
Wow, I think we need a sex squad everywhere. We definitely need a sex squad in Canada, where our research has also found that young people lack spaces to talk with their peers about this. And in Canada specifically, with policies, the teachers can say no to any question they're not comfortable with. Imagine that. You ask a question, the teacher, policy-wise, can just say, no, I don't want to talk about anal, I don't want to talk about LGBT. So again, sex squad, super important. So we're going to take 2 quick questions. We'll also have questions at the end, don't worry.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. I'm curious, when you were presenting the consent song to students, if you ever got, when you asked at the beginning who would like to hear it, if you ever got either the reaction that everyone just stayed silent, or if any voices said no, and then how you would go about that situation.
Thank you so much. So thank you so much for your question. So first of all, if you've ever met a teenage boy, you know that they can be a little frustrating. So absolutely, sometimes you'd get teenage boys in the audience, or girls even sometimes, whoever, that would say no, or at the Q&A at the end, try to ask questions to throw you off guard. The really fantastic thing about Sex Squad is I didn't do it alone. So when I performed the consent song, I would do it with all of my cast members around me, looking up at me and like really giving me love and encouragement. And so every time I asked, are y'all ready to hear the consent song? They would scream yes. And so that was my cue to say, that sounds like an enthusiastic yes to me. So it was so much easier because I had my cast members with me to support me.
One other question, yep.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm Gabriela. I work for the Global Network of Young People Living with HIV. And we love to see these great initiatives, right? And of course, we want to bring these great initiatives to other young people, to other youth-led networks. So is there any kind of material, tool? We have, of course, the language barrier, but I'm just trying to build up into the great work that you guys have already been doing and see how we can replicate that in other regions, like in Latin America, in Asia, how we can scale it up. So.
Thank you so much for your question and for your interest in this initiative. We would love to see Sex Squad not just in the United States, but worldwide. I had it on at the last slide, but our social media, Sex Squad UCLA on Instagram and UCLA Sex Squad on TikTok are a great way to reach us. But also, if I can have David Gear stand up real quick. This is David Gear. He is amazing. He is one of the creators of Sex Squad, and he would be the absolute best person to connect in addition to me afterward, because we can absolutely get in touch, and we do have tons and tons of materials that exist on our website that are just waiting to be used, so let's make it happen. And we have a manual, as Isaiah said, literally for how to create a Sex Squad from scratch. Thank you so much.
Basically, Sex Squad's everywhere. Okay, one last question.
Hi, my name is Gloria. So thanks for the great work you're doing. I'm just curious with the audience. We've heard about the Sex Squad in the US, but is there anybody doing this kind of work in more conservative, more, in tune with religion kind of societies and communities? Why? Because we are struggling to break through those two, culture and religion. How do we have this conversation? Is anybody successful? Can you share? Can you put up your hand? I'll run after you after the session. Thank you.
So I will address that real quick, because I think, for one, I acknowledge, thank you, Gloria, for your question. I acknowledge that it is much harder to create a Sex Squad in a conservative area than it is to create a Sex Squad in Los Angeles. That doesn't mean that we don't receive pushback and that we haven't addressed it in the past, because we have. But I will say that Sex Squad doesn't always have to look like what I just did on stage. It doesn't have to be me singing about anal sex, for example, if you don't want to get that explicit. The beauty of Sex Squad and the beauty of the manual and the materials that we have when it comes to creating a Sex Squad anywhere is that you can meet your community where they're at. So like I said, I come from a religious background. I have immigrant parents. I went on a journey to get to where I am now. My parents are watching this live stream and they're so proud of me, but it took a long time to get there. So I think the beauty of Sex Squad also is that a lot of it comes from the cast members and the instructional team's personal experiences. So it's whatever you are comfortable sharing. It's whatever you are comfortable infusing with humor. And it doesn't have to look like Los Angeles' Sex Squad. It can look like whatever your community is ready for. Thank you all.
There'll be questions at the end. Shreya just wanted her questions now because her parents are watching. Hi, parents. All right. an excellent question, Gloria. I think that's something that we can all think about. All right, next speaker we have Andre. Andre has more than 20 years of field and regional and global experience in development, implementation, monitoring, evaluation of HIV prevention programs, working for the United Nations Population Fund. During the last 6 years, he has been leading the HIV response as regional HIV advisor in the UNFPA regional office for Eastern Europe and Central Asia, coordinating HIV-related work for 17 UNFPA country offices across the region and building effective partnerships with regional networks of key populations. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me, and I really want to thank Munich Youth Force, Let's Stop AIDS, and the global network of young people living with HIV for organizing and for providing this space. If we can, yeah. And I can promise you that after my presentation, you will have another very inspiring and interesting presentation of a colleague of mine, Jana from Teenergizer. So bear with me. So let me quickly give you a brief about what UNFPA is doing and why we're engaged in comprehensive sexuality education. So for us, CSC as a central component of our work, it is a central component of our current strategic plan, which vows to strengthen actually skills and opportunities for adolescents and young people to ensure their bodily autonomy, to become more active participants in the decision-making forums, and also to build their own human capital. Our approach as the agency to sexual and reproductive health and rights and well-being recognizes the larger environment that influences opportunities, abilities, and motivation young people have to shape their own lives and to live the lives that they want. With this, UNFPA's aim is to reach and serve young people holistically and more comprehensively. And that means mitigating adolescents' risks and developing harmful behaviors while promoting positive, protective elements known to support youth development. UNFPA as an organization works with governments, civil society organizations, and academia to implement comprehensive sexuality education in school settings and also in out-of-school settings through the community-based training, outreach, and partnerships with the community-based organizations. Next slide, please. So UNFPA works with the governments if we're talking about CSC for in-school. So we are, together with our partner organization, UNESCO, we're working with the governments to implement in-school CSC in 86 countries across the globe. And in this, we are supporting the development of national policies, school curricula, and also trying to align it to international standards, pre-service and in-service teacher training, and classroom-based comprehensive sexuality education implementation. Also, efforts are being made increasingly to reduce school-related gender-based violence, enhance efforts towards health-promoting schools, and also school health programs and curriculums, to strengthen linkages also between schools and SRHR and gender-based violence services. Next slide, please. So when we talk about out of school, and I will just quickly touch base because we have our great partner that we've been partnering for so many long years, Teenergizer, and I think it would be much better if Teenergizer talks about our joint work than just us. But to quickly touch upon that, so we do work with partners on a range of community-based organizations and platforms on CSC for out-of-school education sector. And this is basically in some sort, I mean, one form or another, in most of the countries where UNFPA is active. And it is currently around 150 countries. Since 2019, UNFPA also leads the global program of out-of-school comprehensive sexuality education, with the aim to empower adolescents and youth from specific groups left behind, those most marginalized, with the information and skills they need to make informed choices about sexual and reproductive health in norm-formal and community-based comprehensive sexuality education. This current program focuses on young people living with HIV, young people with disabilities, and refugees. And it's been implemented in 12 countries globally. In ICA region, it's been implemented also as also in Moldova, and also we have Colombia, Ethiopia, Ghana, Indonesia, Iran, Malawi, Nicaragua, Nigeria, Palestine, Philippines, and Tunisia. So this is when it comes to the global level. Slide number 4, please. This is the only slides, and I will not bore you with more than one slide. I just want to quickly touch based on some of the work that we did jointly with our partners on assessing the relevance of current comprehensive sexuality education curriculums in schools to the international standards. So it basically shows you the status of sexuality education in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. So we, last year we did assessment for Georgia, Kyrgyzstan, Republic of Moldova, and Tajikistan. And the assessment was done together with the German Federal Center for Health Education, International IPPF, International Planned Parenthood Federation, UNESCO, and WHO. The data were collected using the standardized sexuality education review and assessment tool, which has the name SERAT. Maybe some of you heard of it. It's been developed by our colleagues UNESCO. And it's basically reviews through the desk review, relevant policies, curriculums, national datas. Also consists of questionnaires with stakeholders, with teachers, with young people to kind of validate the findings. Basically what this study demonstrates, what I want to show, is that in these 4 countries that we assessed, more or less, I mean, they're on track in implementing and expanding their sexuality education programs, which are supported by a favorable legal and policy environment that currently exists. However, gaps do still remain in teacher training, when we talk about teacher training, in monitoring and evaluation of what is being taught, basically, and lessons learned, and also level of comprehensiveness of the detail of the content that has been delivered. So if we're talking about content-wise, the integration of sexuality education concepts varies across the countries, and you can see that in the different percentages. So the topics such as relationships, values, are generally more present in the curricula across all the 4 countries that we reviewed, and it scores around 30%. Topics that have less attention or less kind of conform to international standards are gender equality, sexuality behavior, and also sexual behavior and sexualities. Can we move to slide number 5, please? Yes. So, based on our work and also work of our partners, there are some things that I want to highlight as specific challenges for ICA region, which are also relevant to other regions as well. So we're talking about social conservatism, traditional values that lead to resistance. We're talking about parents in religious groups that sometimes worry about CSE, that undermines morality. We talk about rise of, opposition to CSE in our region, and we see it very vividly. The next thing is the teacher training and resources. Teachers usually lack the training and resources to deliver engaging, interesting, and also age-appropriate CSE. Stigma and taboo. Open discussion about sex and sexuality can be uncomfortable, creating silence around important topics, especially when we talk about delivering it in school settings. Limited funding. Of course, during this entire conference, we're talking about limited funding, but that also includes CSCs. Governments usually hesitate to allocate sufficient funding for CSC programs, especially when the budgets are tight. Data gaps. We do see data gaps, especially for ICA region, when it comes to youth sexual and reproductive health, their needs. And sometimes without the data, it's very difficult to tailor CSC interventions very effectively. So these challenges can be particularly pronounced in out-of-school settings where trained educators or standardized curriculums might not be that available, and we would rely on the peer-to-peer approaches. Next slide, please. Of course, we have challenges, but we also have opportunities. And the opportunities are also, we have a lot of them. We have a lot of them in terms of CSC equips young people with the knowledge and skills they need to navigate relationships, prevent STIs, and make informed choices. This can lead to a reduction in teen pregnancy. This can lead to a reduction in HIV and STI rates. Youth empowerment. By fostering open communication about sexuality, CSC empowers young people to advocate for their rights, challenge gender norms, and promote healthy relationships. One of the opportunities is to foster inclusion. CSC is an opportunity because it is a tool to address gender inequality and discrimination based on a sexual orientation and gender identity. It is an opportunity through technology and accessibility. Mobile technology offers platforms for discrete and accessible accessible CSC information and resources, particularly in the remote areas and particularly for out-of-school settings. And of course, partnerships and collaboration. Partnerships between government agencies, non-governmental organizations, faith-based organizations, youth groups, they all can create a more comprehensive and sustainable approach to CSC implementation in both for in and out of school settings. Last one, please. So, the ways forward. Culturally sensitive approaches. These are one of the ways forward that we can ensure and we can try to do together with our partner organizations to make sure that we deliver CSC. Parent involvement, when we talk about out-of-school or in-school CSCs, it is very important to make sure that parents are engaged in this process. It will become much easier if the parents are on the same page with us. Advocacy and public awareness. CSC provides a great opportunity also to advocate and to engage public and also inform public opinion. One of the ways to move forward CSC is to build capacities of teachers. And not just build capacities of teachers, but to create a pool of teachers that are interested in the topic, that want to deliver it, and those who are engaged in this. And of course, reaching out of school youth. We do recognize the need to reach those furthest behind. And as UNFPA, it is one of our motives is to leave no one behind. We are committed to make sure that nobody is left behind, especially when it comes to giving the opportunities and for the information and behavior change that leads to healthier lives and happier lives of young people. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Andre, right on time. And I just wanted to echo your concern about lack of data. I think that's something we need to talk more about, and it's something that we do at Let's Stop AIDS. From 2022, we noticed there weren't much data about youth sex lives. We just assumed that they're all having sex, and they hate condoms. But we need to know, we have empirical evidence on what's happening, what do they care about. And one of the things that we found was that condoms don't actually suck. That a lot of young people are having great sex with condoms. And it's actually the commitment level of the person you're having sex with that determines if it's good sex or bad sex. So if you're hooking up with a one-night stand, with or without a condom, the chance it's going to be good is low. If you're having sex with someone you're married to or someone you're in a long-term relationship with, the chance that it's going to be good with or without a condom is high, right? So all this to say that we really need to get more data so we know what's actually happening and our policies can be empirically supported. All right, we have our last speaker. So while I'm saying this, please start to get your questions ready because we have about 15 minutes of Q&A. So our last speaker is Yana. Yana is from Kiev. She holds a bachelor's degree in social work from the Academy of Labor, Social Relations, and Tourism. Yana was one of the first children born in Ukraine with HIV, and she has committed her life to advocate for and empower young people. Since 2015, Yana is chair of the board of Teenagerizer, a union of adolescents and youth, and also the founder of Euro-Asian Union of Adolescents and Youth, Teenagerizer. For 7 years, she has worked in the field of support and protection of the rights of vulnerable adolescents in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. Please give Yana an applause.
Hello? Yes, yes. So can we do small exercises? Can you stand up? Yeah. My good friend, Richa, would provide to us the nice exercises.
Yana asked me very quickly to lead everybody in Sex Squad-esque exercises to get our blood moving before the end of the day. So I'd like to start with a little reach up to the sky, to our dreams of what AIDS and HIV activism can look like in the future. Go down low. And then shrugging your shoulders a little bit. And then take your head, our big brains, and move them around. And then the other way. Is that what you were hoping for, Yana? Is that good? Here you go.
Thank you. So can we have our presentation, please? Hi, everyone. I'm so happy that you're joining us. And thank you so much, our dear speakers that share very important information about the comprehensive sexuality education out of school and inside of school. Can I have next one? Oh, thank you. So Teenagerizer is a youth-led movement which is created in 2015 in the Eastern Europe, Central Asia. I was born with HIV, and when I was 16, I was at the school. I was understand that the all information was messed up, and so many misinformation about HIV, about comprehensive sexuality education. Even my friends didn't know about how to use the condoms, and unfortunately, still across the region, unfortunately, we don't have the good and really quality comprehensive sexuality education in school. So that's why Teenagerizer thought how we can react on this and how we can help to other young people and especially teenagers, not only HIV positive, but who could be marginalized or who could be affected by HIV and so on. So we created. And usually we have HIV positive teenagers, and I'm so happy. Who's from Teenagerizer and other from Eastern Europe, Central Asia? Please hold your hands up. Yes, I see the people, but from Uzbekistan, yes. So today we had a really nice conversation about the comprehensive sexuality education. And for example, in Uzbekistan, they're still divided into women. So they provide some information about the health for the girls and for the men, for the boys, separately. So which is, for me, it's a little bit unacceptable. So the unique of Teenagerizer that we all project create by teenagers, and to deliver to teenagers. So and we're so happy that we are working in Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and we try to mobilize the big community of young people that they can go and just share their real experience with the people who make decisions, and also share all information about comprehensive sexuality education, trying to get in school and share all of these important things. So Teenagizer educate young leaders, and also these teenagers can go inside in the school. Can I have the next? Yeah. So the first thing that our service is peer-to-peer counseling. So maybe so now we have 400 peer counselors, which is working online and help a lot of young people. So we requested every month about 9,000 requests of young people. And definitely see, because now we have war, so Russia invasion Ukraine. I'm from Ukraine also. And of course, the topic of comprehensive sexuality education now is not really top priority. So, which means that every teenagers now stay alone, and they don't know how they can get any informations, and they don't know how they can talk and who that person could be trusted and honestly speak about every year experience and actually that experience every day. So, for example, usually in Ukraine, what we see that so many young people, for example, have a sex without condoms, or, for example, could be pregnant, and unfortunately they cannot get any services. So they need to wait 18 years old just get any services. And of course, they don't have a good relationship with the parents. So that's why we really requested, so you can call us and we can help you. So the unique of our service is that the teenagers can write to us, because usually they live with their parents and sometimes it's not safe to talk in the loud. So, and for teenagers it's really safe that they can share with us their information by chatting. So, and we have the graduate psychologists if we have really big problem, for example, with the sexual and reproductive health and rights. And also, this is the students from psychological and social work. So they ungraduated, but they're still working. So this is 400 young activists. They're like students, and they educated about the comprehensive sexuality education, so they can really help other people. And the top of our request is about comprehensive sexuality education, about the first sex, about how to use the condom, and how you can protect yourself. Can I? Yes, training. So. About the training, so of course we trying to get insights inside in the schools, and trying to work with the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education, and now we have great results. So the last of the two and a half years we had a war, and of course it's really hard. But now Ministry of Education created a new council to create new curriculum about the comprehensive sexuality education, and which is give us a big hope that one day we could receive the really great subject in the school, and they could be provided very safe, friendly, but still we think the peer-to-peer training is the best model, because peers every time believe peers. And usually in our region, because if we look at back, for example, 30 years ago, it was the Soviet Union, and it was Soviet Union, it was not sex. So our adult people are really afraid to talk about sex, about everything. So that's why peer-to-peer is the best. And of course, teenagers don't have the great relationship with the doctors, with the nurses, with the parents. So that's why they're easy to get all information for the peers. And we have the special fellowship at Teenagizer. So like every 3 months, we collected, for example, around 60 activists, which we educate them about HIV, comprehensive sexuality education, and then they can go and just deliver the trainings in school. So also the topics of this, the sexual reproductive health, mental health, HIV, and so on. Can I have next one? So the results. So more than 6 million young people, especially teenagers, visited our social media and they get all informations about the comprehensive sexuality education out of school. More than 2,000 young people per year. They depended their knowledge of CSC and mental health. More than 186 trainings we provide every year. And this is like conducted by our teams from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, from Ukraine, from Kyrgyzstan also. And 79,000 requested us about any questions online to our peer counselors. The good moment that usually the peer students usually after the graduation they will go to work in the coffee to be like coffeeman, how to say, like barista or something else. I think we have the same situation with everywhere, yeah, isn't it? Have you faced the same situation when usually the students after the graduation will go not to work with their specializes, but they really go work other? Can you hold your hands, please? I just see like, oh yeah. So many. So this is for us really important that we have like, this is 400. I think this is not like only like just peer counselors. This is really the big heroes, to be honest, because they can work in real life, so they not just know knowledge only from their university, but they really can work in real, and then they really understand how they want to be as the next 5 years. So, and we're really grateful and proud that we can support, and really happy that UNFPA, Andrei, support us, and it's really matter because like many, especially now in our region, because we could see now the human rights are very under attack, and the whole situation getting worse, and the HIV would be spreading so much. We don't know how many like HIV new cases would be among adolescents and young people, but still we're a little bit scary about what's happened next, especially in our region. Can we have a next slide? So the one point that we would like to mention, it's about it's about the celebrities. So last big campaign with Ukrainian scenery, actually he has, Volodymyr Dantes, he has more than 740,000 followers on his Instagram. And we did together one really big project about the abuse, about the bad relationship, and we're trying to get more teenagers just trying to share real, normal information that the teenager can protect, can feel more safe, and can realize what abuse looks like. So, and we did together posts, so it's, you see like how many people reached, so many, we see like how many reactions, how many young people has, and they comment to us and they told us, oh my God, we needed this information. No one to tell us, no one to tell us, and thank you so much for doing this. So we are really grateful, and we think that the celebrities, the stars, the bloggers, is also really important because so many young people, so many teenagers follow them, and we really understand it's really important to use and to involve in our work. So I really recommend you to trying to get really stars or bloggers to involve in your project, because it's really important. So many people can see, and especially young people can see and can use this information. Can we have a next? So if you want to know about more information about Teenagizer, please use this QR code. And this is like our website, and you can find a lot of information about like everything. So if you have a question, please let me know. I don't. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Yana. And just to echo the importance of peer-to-peer, Let's Stop AIDS also does a lot of peer-to-peer work. And we actually have a video booth, right? Live Life Loving right there if you want to record any videos. So we have 10 minutes for questions. And in the spirit of fairness, no questions for Sex Squad because Shreya already had 3, okay? So you can ask her later. But any other questions would be great, and then the speaker will just go up to the podium. Yes.
Thank you so much. I have a question to Sylvain about the guideline. Yeah, so I want to go back to the question about the conservative environment. So I just wonder if in your guideline you have any kind of case study about like CSE program in the conservative environment. And I also wonder about your plan to like, disseminate the guideline and make sure that this will be used by young people. So.
Thank you for this question. So yes, in the report Safe Seen and Included, we've got also like boxes focusing on how to like mitigate opposition to CSE. And the report also showcases some countries where this is legally challenging to live as an LGBTIQ person, and nonetheless, in certain countries that were still able to make sure that we've got inclusive CSE curricula. So how did they do this? This is one of the questions that is addressed in the report. And for example, the report shows that in Namibia, to take an example, this is a legally challenging framework for LGBTIQ learners, but nonetheless, people in the ministries were able to advocate for the implementation and the development of inclusive CSE. So this is also, I think, hopeful for all of us. It means that whatever the context and implementing inclusive CSE can happen. In terms of dissemination of the report, we've disseminated the report in various regions. So we are participating in conferences like this one, for example, but we are also doing some, and we are planning to do some regional trainings. So we are translating the report in various languages. We've got Spanish already available. We hope to have French and other languages soon. And we will do basically regional webinars and hopefully also in-person activities. I presented the report to last week to an online audience, Spanish online audience, a Spanish-speaking online audience, for example, to disseminate the report with Latin American colleagues. And we are hopeful that our UNESCO regional colleagues based in Sub-Saharan Africa, for example, will be able to present the report in Francophone Africa and Anglophone Africa in the next month. So we've got various rollout possibilities. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I just got told we got to get the F out of here. So let's give a round of applause to all of our speakers. You can catch them on their way out, and we do have a feedback form if you want to do a quick QR code scan. But thank you all, and have a great evening.